All right, I'm back for more, as they say. Back for more, as they say. Let's go back to terminal here. I'm just going to jump right in. I'm not even going to wait for people to show up because I want to get this done, and I have so much to do. I've been thinking about some stuff. I want to get into it. We were talking about internationalization in Golang, and I need to look at that really quickly before I add this. I'm trying to decide whether I want to allow people to compile with different constant files. How you doing, Iradeb? I'm trying to decide if we want to have people be able to do a different compile, you know? And have the file compiled with a generator or a build directive that says what language is being done. So I'm going to go look at it really quickly. So you can get something called the language printer. Mrs. Important OKPH message. This is a Golang X text. I think we should probably just read about it. Did we figure out the chat overlay bug now? No, in fact, I'm just going to turn it off. It's not worth my time. Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. Oh, look at there. Now of course you appeared. Why would you? Could it be that easy? That doesn't make any sense. But here's the thing. Okay, so never mind. There's a different bug. This is because I was messing with it. I fucked it up. Yeah. That's so weird. OBS had a bug. I had it right. I just checked it. I had it right. And then I moved it and it broke again. And then it broke it back the way it's supposed to be. You know what though? I'm just going to leave the chat on the bottom of the screen. I'm not going to do the color source anymore because this is my standard view now. I'm not going to... I don't want to mess with it. Every time I come to it, I mess with it. It takes me longer to stream, to set up and everything. So I would kind of like to make this like a wider, but I'm not going to do that. So you can just see my trash on the ground, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, I'm kind of glad you showed me that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm so easy to derail, aren't I? I really am. All right, so I mean, you can see the screen, right? This is the biggest complaint I have for myself is like, if I was trying to like dodge the thing, I still want to talk to people too. So I'm going to just keep doing this. Okay, so let's go down. We're looking at Golang X text, and we're going to go ahead and look for that. Trash is systemic. That's me cleaning my room. I know the camera keeps like freaking out to try to do to. You can see my wife's feet when she walks in. Yeah. The camera's always trying to mess with stuff. Anyway, let's do X. Let's check this out. Let's do Golang, doc, X text. Text is a repository of text-related, package-related internationalization, localization, character sheet local codings, text transformations, and local specific file handling things. I love that these projects did not mind like making really small identifiers. I mean, you know, and you just have this like 90 character identifiers. There's a 30-minute video recorded on the state of Golang. Actually, we're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch it right now. It's 30 minutes. Maybe we can skip through it really fast. Let's do that. Don't bark. What are you barking at? Why is she barking? Not barking.
So I'm Marcel van Lohuizen. I'm the only one working on the Go team outside of the US. I've been working on the Go team for quite a while, actually, 2011. So today one of the main, I've done multiple things like the subtests and all that kind of stuff, but I want to talk on the Xtext repo mostly today and how it came about and what the philosophy is behind it and all that stuff. So a little bit of history. So I started on this quite long ago, 2011, working on it 50%. So it's going slowly. I'm doing mostly everything myself. So Rob asked me to basically work on something that is to really rethink the way localization in i18n is done, to not really look at ICU too much at the implementations. And it's kind of, it sort of won't work.
Seago,
It's kind of been changing.
I hate long shit like this.
So if you look at, I'll come back to it, but if you look at Go applications, are most data is to see of whether full next flag, like full print. Go for the good answer. It's the Russian flag. So what's happening here? So basically what happens is, so this has red have to be smart. So is that normalization? So I don't know if norms. So the dimensions, it's so short is secure implementation.
Normalization
deal with it. And the things for normalizations. It's
all right. I already know what I want to do here. I already know what I want to do here. So I want to finish because it's taking me too long. That's what I want to do. F1 qualifying. Oh, nice. Formula 1 qualifying. Fun. You'd love the previous town. I was in Mooresville. It was NASCAR USA. They have like kart racing. It's insane. All right. So what am I talking about here? We're going to do... We already have internationalization in a very basic form. We didn't have any at all before. So I'm at least going to facilitate internationalization by not making it hard. That's the extent of my commitment. You see this error I got where all these concepts were defined. And that is kind of problematic because I put them under text slash... I put them under text slash en, right? And I don't think you can. There's a generator flag that you can use. Let's ask. You know what? Since I got my headphones on, let's ask ChatGPT. She's really friendly. Let's just have a conversation with my good friend ChatGPT. Unfortunately, I have to pull her up and flash bang everybody. So watch your eyes. Where is she? I wish there was. I wish there was a button that it would pop her up, but alas, there is not. All right. Chloe, I have a question about internationalization in Golang. You there?
Of course, Rob. What would you like to know about internationalization in Go?
Is there a generator flag that I can use that will look at the locale?
In Go, there isn't a built-in generator flag specifically for internationalization i18n that looks at the locale. However, you can work with third-party libraries like Go i18n to handle locales and translations. If you're referring to generating or extracting translation files based on the locale automatically, Go i8n provides a command line tool that can help you manage translation files. But as of now, Go itself doesn't have a generator flag that will automatically detect the locale and generate translation files. Here's how you can work with Go i18n and handle locale detection. Step 1, install the Go i18n CLI tool. First, you need to install the Go i18n tool if you are using the Go i18n package for internationalization. You can see the code in our conversation history. Step 2, create translation files. You can use the Go i18n extract command to extract messages from your Go source code and generate translation files, e.g. en.json, frjson. You can see the code in our conversation history. This extracts strings marked for translation from your code into a message file. It doesn't automatically detect the locale, but it helps to manage the process.
I'm sorry, that's like too much. Eventually I'm going to do it. I'm going to start by just putting all my strings in a single file. I hate that I can't change. All right, so that's gonna do it for me. I wanted to see if there was a generator flag already for that. What I could do is I could actually put a generator flag in a certain file, and then I could start using a makefile for building, which I really don't want to do. And in the makefile, I could detect the locale and add the generator flag when I type make. And then what it would do is it would just pull in the different strings based on it. This is a non, dependent on other stuff kind of situation, and that's what I would prefer. So that's what we're gonna do. What does it even mean? Okay, so for now, what that means is that instead of pulling all the text out, I mean, I already have a text file, text locales. Where is it? We can VI locales en.go. Okay, so I already have my locale file, and I'm going to change this though. I'm going to call it like strings or messages or something. And I want that to be used everywhere. So we don't want a circular dependency on this. So if we, like, our sub packages can't reach up to this, because that would create a circular dependency. So I'm going to change locale, because it's not a locale, it's just the text to text. And I'm going to put all of my text in there, and it's a pretty common thing I do all the time. Привет. Что новое? Yellow action. So the reason I'm doing that. Hi Sam. I guess there's a reason. It's the doggy cam. What's up, Sammy? Sam, I have to do stuff. I don't know why. Go talk. I don't have nothing for you. She wants to be an entertainer. She's like, I'm bored. I'm bored, Dad. Anyway, so I mean, you can do this, and you can just have other files in there, and then just move the files for now, and then recompile. So if people want to do that, it's not that hard. All the strings are in one place. That's like way easier than the other international options that there are. And all those other solutions had to be created because people were dumbasses when they created their code and didn't think of international users and recompiling. So there. So that's all I'm going to do. Git add texts. Git commit. Move. Let's see. Start text for all string messages. Git push. Если посмотрите собаки в глаза и докажется, что она знает всю тайну мира. All of the peace in the world. She absolutely does. Now she's laying by my feet just because she wants to be around. We need to make her a bed down there if we're going to do this. We need to put a bed right here. Because she's just laying there. Okay. I am totally allergic to her. Absolutely deathly allergic to her. And she's still in my room, and I told myself she'd never be in the room. You know, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because her hair floats in the air, and the AC blows her air in my room. I know that because my room has been coated with her hair. And I can't help it. I can't escape her. I just have to take my allergy meds and hope for the best. And as you can tell, it doesn't work. I've got allergy rashes all over the place. I know. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's say, okay, I forgot what we're doing. Again, Bonzai needs to access the text files. I think I changed the package name, so let's fix that. we need to change that to text doc package text is simply a place to put all message strings in English for now to facilitate later internationalization without the heavy burden of Go INTL. That's all it is. And I think it is Go INTL. I think it's built in too, by the way. Go INTL. Or whatever. What is the name of the Golang internationalization tool? I think it's Go INTL. Oh, Go IL8N phase. Phrase. I don't know if that's the one. Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass. Oh, Go interstitial. Let's do Go to program language. I don't know what's going on here. This is already taking me too long. It goes package command line that helps. There's like so many different ones. Not using any of those. New Zen browser. No, I never will. I'm a huge Chrome fan. I'll never stop using Chrome. Chrome is the only browser I'm ever going to use. That and the text-based web browsers. I think it's silly to use anything besides that. But you can use it. That's great. Happy for you. I look pretty because I had a shower. Sam, don't look so bored. Oh my god. You look like a ghost. Ghost dog. I'm sorry, you can like cancel me because I don't like anything but Chrome. I don't want to hear that Chrome's insecure anymore. It's not true. It steals your privacy. Yeah, what doesn't? So again, I don't want to fight internationalization. Let's just put that later, internationalization. And they have add debug capabilities. Never track from ad sources. Do you see how much time I don't care because I don't use it? People who search Chrome and don't use text-based browsers, maybe they'll finally get on board. I don't care about ads because I don't see the ads. I don't browse the web. I like go to a page that I need. If I need graphics, then I open that page. Bypasses all that shit. If you don't want any of that stuff and you truly mean it, give text-based browsing a try. What? Get out of here. Go. I'm sorry. She's so mad now at me. She's sad at me. She's gonna sulk like a goth girl. Because that's what she is. She wants me to entertain her. She knows I'm talking. She's like, you're talking to them. Why are you not doing something with me? She had like a 2.5 mile walk earlier today. What are you doing? Why are you shutting my door? What are you doing? Don't eat my potato. That's my potato. Yeah, I saw you licking my potato. Oh my God. I'm not going to get anything done. Go entertain yourself. Do you need to... This is what my wife says. I want a dog. I want a dog. We get a dog. My wife's gone all day. Who's the dog with? Немного поезд. То все будет замечательно. Да, я согласен. I used to take this browser called Browse. I could use this Firefox. Yeah. Oh, hell no. I would never do that. Yeah, Firefox and then render it. Ugh. Oh, no way. That defeats the purpose of it. That's good to hear. Chrome's removing uBlock origin and all that. Yep. And the ability to see network traffic for ad sources. I'm sorry. Go away. I don't have anything for you. Go talk to Otto. Otto! The dog needs attention. Go out. The dog is like bothering me.
Because I haven't taken her out for her.
I don't know what she's like on me and like pawing at me.
She wants attention and she's bored. Also, walk yesterday. I haven't been able to take her for a long walk. Is it cooked? Yeah. Is it cooked properly? No. Dora said cook it for 25 minutes. I cooked it for 25 minutes. She didn't say anything wrong with it, so that's why I assumed it was fine. But personally speaking, I throw it back into the air. I cut it up through. Yoko. We're from Super G-Mart. No, this is a Super G-Mart thing. Really good with butter. So, remember, they're actually they're a little bit more than $1, but they're basically $1 a pound.
$1 each.
Like $1
$1 a pound. Wow.
A pound.
Thank you. I'm eating my potato before it gets cold. Rattleshake? That's the one that like embeds something, yeah. Maybe I need to look at it again. I mean, you heard about a fiasco with Duck. Let's see, what was the other one? All the browsers have like some sort of like drama.
Next time I'm gonna air fry them and then, boil them then air fry them.
Or you could like cut them or something.
Cutting them up doesn't actually work that well.
Want to get my glasses? I have broken glasses. I got these so that they have sun tinting changing, so that I could like go on these long bike rides. They're from I have a horrible prescription. My glasses are like really, thick normally. America's best. America's best. Or like Adidas or something. I thought they'd be tougher. They definitely are not tough. Well, I'm almost done here. We probably could have watched that video. How are you doing, Salt? It's so good. I eat like, it's like organic, like potatoes are so much better than the Idaho ones. Well, not even organic. They're, what are they? There's this particular type of potato. Bear cross biologically. Yes, you know what it was? Me being a dumbass. I almost don't want to admit it. You want to see? I am so embarrassed I don't want to tell you. And by the way, you do not need an LSP. You absolutely do not. I am so ashamed. I am so ashamed. Prison labor. Yep, I know. Did you know that there would be no Idaho potatoes without prisons? If they decided to reform the prison system, potatoes would stop. It's completely dependent on it. Um, Nuts, right? I'm going to call this, and I shall now call this text. How about TXT? How about M? Package M for message. How about that? How about C for constant? If we call it E, you're gonna laugh. I don't want you to laugh at me. You're gonna laugh. I know it's my LSP. I know it's had an LSP in it forever. I know, but not an external LSP. I meant. You are gonna laugh. That is a given. That's a given. All right, so check it. So delete comma right. Now watch. M dot. M tab. Tab. Wait. So you saw it though, right? Can you guess what I did wrong? MULT. Yeah, you got it. You got it. And the thing that threw me off is that it was including it before. So the reason it was including it before, who knows? But it was. So that's what it is now. Norwegian potatoes. I think that might have been. Anyway, so E underscore is not a thing. I could have put the constants just in a file. You know what? Let's do that. That would be easier. Then I can just put E dot. And I can make it all constants. I could do that. Let's do that. Let's just say text into const dot go. Const dot go. Hey, how you doing, 26B? So we can get rid of this now. Just fix an identifier. How about package Bonzai? Package Bonzai. I mean, the reason for this is this is really good. Bonzai. And we can qualify our constants. We can now go put the E back again. But the step in here isn't going to need it. Yeah. Teaching Linux stuff. What's resources for what? For teaching Linux stuff? What are you talking about? What's the resource I usually use for going over teaching Linux stuff? I don't. What do you mean? There's no resource. You just use the stuff. Go chat. Go to sleep. 5 a.m. What? Well, I'll probably be up when you wake up. Yes. All right. This one is a locale. You don't need that anymore. All right. Our strings are done. We can work on other stuff that matters more. I don't have a resource. You have to, if you want to know how I do education for Linux, go to SkillStack. Go read it. Go read skillstack.io. Probably the best way to know. My glasses are broken. They keep tilting on me. All right, so what can we do now? We need to embed a bunch of stuff. All right, so the configurer. I used to think that having a configurer was a piece of that was required, and I no longer think that. I have not used the configurer. Now, why have I not used the configurer, you ask? Because it only has minimal usage, and its design originally was to allow a configuration file to travel with a program. But the truth of it is I never do that. So, and another reason I don't want to have a configurer is because it requires the overhead of doing YAML parsing, and therefore fundamentally injects all of the dependencies required for YAML v3, which is a lot. There's a lot. And most programs don't need this, whereas the other stuff, that's my other commands, yeah. Whereas the other stuff that I have doesn't have that, right? So like the caching that I have, that using it because it's doing its own parsing. It's lightning fast. It's way faster than YAML parsing, and it can be done between executions, between command line executions. Considering, for example, that an LSP in Go regularly parses all of the files in that directory fast enough to not even be noticed when you open a file. There is not a substantial delay to open up the cache variables, which are used with var. Why am I saying all this? Because this is gone. The configurator, the idea of a configurator is leaving Bonzai. After 2.5 years of using it and practicing with it, I am going to drop that from the built-in stuff. Hey, how you doing, Trapstein? I'm really good. Trapstein or Steen? My last name is Mulstein, and people say Mulstein or Mulstein all the time. So you see what I'm saying there, though, right? So here we have. So okay, so that's good. So now this is a completely different deal, right? So this I was going to make, well, what fulfills the variables interface, and this is also no longer needed. Why? Because I'm going to hard code the vars functionality into any Bonzai application by default. And that means that I am going to squat on two names in the namespace, var and help. Those are going to be, whoops, var and help are going to be squatted upon. So I do not need an interface for that anymore, right? The completer interface is actually important. A completer is however, just a completer just needs one thing. It needs a complete function. That's it. And the interface specification can stay here for that. A section is a section from another attribute. I don't even know that this needs to be defined as an interface. Command, however, does. Now, the command does. And the reason that we're going to make commands have their own interface is so that people can write things that deal with commands without knowing how the command is implemented. And then the implementation of the command as a struct, the way we've done with the CMD, is just a matter of facility. So we still, strictly speaking, have an interface for any command, and that's kind of important because get min param, get max param. And again, this is why do you have to have an interface for it, right? So the reason for that is so that you can reliably pass stuff around. If you don't have a command interface, you can't create a vars. Well, actually, I think I just answered my own question. I might not even need a command interface. because this command interface was largely used by the things that were deciding how to do file completion and stuff like that, right? A completer is passed a command, and that's it. And that interface is key to keeping the flexibility in our ability to write completers. As soon as we expect a completer to take, so there's a common idiom, a common saying in Go, pass interfaces, return structs. That's the best thing. Oh God, here we go. Mark added a whole bunch of commands when I wasn't looking. That's because I was riding my bike. Yeah. Anyway, so completer specifies a struct with a complete function that will complete the given Bonzai command with a given argument. It's about figuring out your ass. Yeah. Thank God for Proxmox. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Here it comes. Completer. Oh God, I'm not wearing anything. Completer interface. This section. I know you guys want to have fun too. I know this stuff is really boring, but you know what are you gonna do? We'll come in here, be quiet, be rowdy. Or to figure out what else. I don't know. It should still be there. I don't know where it is. Anyway, so we have the command interface. We have a completer interface. We should probably put the command interfaces as the most important thing. It really is. So, package Bonzai provides command tree composition and singular parameters, making tab completion a breeze for complicated applications with user to intuit without reading docs. Information is embedded with. I should probably change this. Package Bonzai. Actually, no, that's just about this package. Yeah. So this is just the interface. So you gotta wait for Bellum. Bellum knows them all. Yeah, deep work. I know, and I know, and then I stopped doing my Pomo thing. I used to be doing coding where I wouldn't even look at the chat. That lasted like a day. Command interface encapsulates a Bonzai command. Bonzai command implementation under the Bonzai. Provides the common interface to any Bonzai command. Implementation allowing functions to be passed allowing them to be passed as interfaces instead of structs. Let's see. To completers, for example. To completers, for example. You know what? I think I can probably. I need to test this, but I need to go back to my documentation and actually add the new markdown that they allow. To avoid problems like cyclical import dependencies. For consistency, dynamic attributes like title have been given a get title variation as well. So it's all get. All All right, so we have that's a command interface. Completer. Get completer, get command. We did have section here at one point. Get sections. I think get other is sections. Okay, yeah. So section needs to be an interface as well. Coding plus streaming must be hard. It is. It is. It's almost impossible. I've given it up many times, but when it's doing stuff that's fun, I don't mind. And the hardest part of it is having to sit in the same position all the time because I will get kind of relaxed. I sit kind of in a relaxed state when I'm not doing this, you know. So section has an interface. Section provides for the get other attribute. Completer. Pretty easy. Method defines the main code methods. Varvals. Where is varvals used? I don't think that's used anywhere in here. Command get. I think this is an internal one. I think argmap is internal as well. I think. Yeah, it is. Argmap keys. I don't think these are needed. I think these can go in internal actually. Honestly, I think the errors could probably go in internal as well. The DFM quote. Yeah, that was really funny. Yeah. Some of these errors I wanted to let people actually return from their Z call functions, their run functions. I think we're going to keep it like this though. So incorrect usage. I think we want to expose the functions actually. This way they can be used. Multi-call command not found. I don't know. We don't want all the errors exposed. I'm realizing now. Yeah, let's get rid of some of them. A lot of these errors are internal only. Internal errors. .go. Not enough args. Okay, so the not enough args is if you wanted to do your own argument parsing, you could, but you don't really need it because this is you can set this by saying how many args you need. So that became internal. Too many args. Again, these are all internal errors. These are internal errors that are based on, you know, internal functions. They used to be exposed to the Z commands. So we don't need those anymore. Missing comp is the same. We don't actually need missing comp anymore because we got rid of the configurator. So, yeah. We're making a lot of changes all at once. Yeah, it's good though. Missing var. Okay, this could be. You could probably want to use that one. So let's say move. I'll tag that one to be moved. I could just do it. Delete 2 paragraphs. Wait, what? Delete 2p. No. D 2AP. There we go. errors, missing bar, only include errors that that might find usage within the call. The what is it? cmd.call or run. Call function. All right, so where's the CMD? CMD. I think the CMD is in here. Didn't we keep it in? Wait, is this a separate file now? Oh god, this is great. Because our stuff is so small now, we don't have to have a separate command. Yeah, oh my god, this is going to be so great. I am so happy we're doing this. Command struct, commands hidden, run, caller, cmd, init before commands call, good for validation, yeah. And then call. So call is the... So Cobra has run and run E. Cobra run and run E. And we could probably look at that and use the same thing. I don't care. I think it should be call instead of run. But it would be nice because it would be people using Cobra would be able to get running really quick. The Cobra generator is shit, man. It's really bad. So Cobra has run and run E. And run is for... It's almost the same exact thing, too. It's like Funk, Cobra, whatever. It is. It's kind of crazy because when I did this, I had no idea Cobra did it that way. 1:30 here. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. So let's go ahead and put... I mean, people are already going to have compatibility issues because stuff is breaking. So this is a very breaking change. I'm going to actually change call to run. And I'm going to make it so you always have to return an error. There's run and there's run E. And the run E has support for an error, and then the error gets translated, right? If I do that, it's like totally lifting what they do, almost exactly. That's literally it. The difference between run and run E. That is it. I think that it's probably worth adding a change there. The reason I had call before was so that you could call between commands, and I'm obliterating the idea of that completely. I don't want anybody calling somebody else's thing. They just shouldn't be doing that. There's been a couple cases where I use that was kind of nice. One of the things that's nice about that is you can make some of your commands sort of be the composites of other commands, and then you can say, okay, now do this and then do that, right? And that made for some interesting interactions, but it also created the possibility of tight coupling between commands, which is totally bad. You don't ever want one command to depend on another command, and then you might as well just write code. So the removal of the word caller. You know what? Fuck it. No, I'm leaving call. Because here's why I'm leaving call. Because first of all, it's already there. Secondly, I think you should return an error every time, no matter what. Pretty much every single thing in the world out there returns an error. No, I don't know. Where the work happens, caller is like who called it. run. I gotta get over myself. I gotta use what the user would use, and the user will know run. It doesn't matter. They won't know Bonzai. They'll know Cobra, and they'll know run. And when we could, so that's the best way to go. I know. Right. So let's actually do init before run. Say, so they can call init, which there's no hope for init. There's no such thing in Cobra, and you can run before commands call is good for validation. No error. Now see, the reason I had caller here was so that you had a reference to the program that called you. You know what? I think my vars does this. This is another reason to build in vars and help. That's what that is. That's why I had that. Oh my God. Now I know why. I remember. That's why that's here. I'm pretty sure I use caller in this. Yeah, I'm almost positive I do. Yeah, look at that. Caller path. You know what? Delegation is how I figured out how to do the completion. I have to have delegation. I totally forgot about that. Oh my God. I have to have that. The other thing about that is it has to be public. This is vulnerable. This star's design is vulnerable. As soon as you taint the commands that are compiled into your thing, you could compile in another person's command, and it would have access to the caller scope, and it could actually change itself to get information from the data. Now, if you are adding an import, if you have to explicitly add that stuff, right? You'd have to explicitly add this. So it's not a security vulnerability, but it would be easy for somebody to be lazy and just add an import to the top of their thing and import somebody's thing and expose access to everything that their Z command has. So one of the things I'm doing in this review is I'm thinking like a hacker. How would I attack this thing? If the world, they're not, but if the world were to suddenly all make HomeKit monoliths using this package, what would the security implications be? Well, the first thing is that this thing is going to run with all the permissions of the user. And if they've just added an import line to grab somebody's tree and they didn't look at the tree, first of all, you can't even do that without reading the source code. You have to import in order to compile yours in. It's not like it's pre-compiled and hidden from you. So you'd really have to be negligent. You'd have to like import and compile a new HomeKit from open source code that is public that you didn't read and did something nefarious. And then that, I mean, the level of like the level of you deserve this is pretty high, but I still don't want to facilitate that. Now, one way to not facilitate that would be to change these callers to be calls. If I was to make the caller a function call, now that's overhead. It's not much overhead considering we have no runtime parsing overhead at all, which compared to Cobra is ridiculous. Cobra is so ridiculous at that. So it's just a tiny little bit of overhead. It's the right way to do it. If you wanna give an API, that would be actually we already have that. We have that in get caller. Yeah. In fact, I was testing myself. I was testing whether I wanted to do. For the longest time, I was wondering if I really wanted to do the right thing and Go, which is turn all of these into an interface, right? If we did that, then any one of these things would be available as a function call if they didn't have access into the command. And quite frankly, if we did that, this problem would go away, because instead of this, we would have this, and it would be automatically covered by the fact that it's that it's part of the interface. Quite frankly, also, what business does this library have deleting the variables of somebody else's tool? So the reason I did this is because originally I thought, well, if you wanted to add, there are use cases. This is a particularly good use case, right? So the vars tool, if you wanted to add functionality that has knowledge of the entire thing that it came from, then you should be able to do that. Right? There are certain things that should be exposed that are okay for you to read. The way these vars are implemented, I think needs to be re-implemented, actually. I think it needs to be implemented much, much differently. The idea of this particular type of variable implementation is that you would have all of the dot slashes, and that has a number of negative consequences that I realized over the last 2 years. One of them is you get a single for like a really big HomeKit monolith that had maybe 50, 60 things. All of the variables are in there for the entire thing. So the state of every command and subcommand is shared in a single file. And originally I thought that was a convenience. You could just go edit that file and change it all up. But there's two really significant downsides to that. That automatically prevents you from using a multi-call binary, because the multi-call can no longer keep calling caller to go up to its root, because there is no root. So somebody was here before, they were saying, why can't we have multi-call and not have multi-call? The problem has always been vars. It's always been vars. It's always been vars and comp, and we got rid of comp. And it's so important that we nail this, because this is the state in stateful command line tools. This is the part that has to work. And quite frankly, we don't want, or do we? I don't know. The question is, do we want to allow commands in a command subtree to be able to see the configuration of other commands? Do we want to allow variables? Do we want to have scoped variables for the entire thing? Or do we want to force every command to use only its own variables? I have never shared a variable between a command that wasn't, we absolutely do have to do that. You know why? We have to be able to read the variables from the other commands, because otherwise you can't have a list, right? So like if we actually did, something as simple as help, you can't do the help, because what's the help about? We can do it as long as we have a read-only interface to each command, and we allow this caller sort of thing, because that will allow you to read it without changing it. And the real question is there ever a need to change for a child to change the variables of somebody else? And if there's not, then there are certain functions that we're going to be forcing the error code. You'd have to send an error code and say, okay, that you need to set such and such. I can't set it for you because this is not part of my command scope. So it's been nice having the ability to reach up into the caller stack, into the call stack, and see different things. But the reason this is happening is this is literally handing off. That's why it's called call and not run, because it is also why there's always an error returned. Now I'm remembering a lot of stuff. That's why it does that. Because, yeah, I'm not putting run in there. This is what causes. Okay, so Cobra's biggest fault, besides all the dash get up stuff, Cobra's biggest fault is what a pain in the ass it is to nest commands under one another and be able to have them work with each other. It's really hard, and you can do it, but you just have to. It's really hard, and we really need to facilitate this here. So, what we're going to end up doing is, this is going back to call for sure, and it always returns an error. Always, you have to return an error because we need to be able to have. I'm pretty sure we need to be able to. Well, this is exactly how we do shortcuts. This is exactly how we do shortcuts right now. But I think you can do shortcuts. Calling a command is not a security vulnerability, right? This is so important. I really want to get this right. Because I actually don't think allowing you to dynamically change the color is any more of a vulnerability than there would be for you to call. Okay, so there's multiple levels of potential vulnerability. Assuming you have an evil command in the subtree that has been imported in, right? Mistakenly, what can it do? Well, first of all, it has access to anything else that you're running. So that's just a given because it's in the executable, so it's already a thing. If you have allowed shit in your executable, you've just allowed. I mean, that's bad. That's worse than downloading something off the internet, right? You'd have to. I mean, really have to be bad at that. I don't even know. I think I'm being overly paranoid here. But say you did, right? So what would be the worst case scenario? They would actually screw with the caller. So one of the things that could happen is you could actually, at runtime, you could have a subtree command, a branch of another branch, could actually change the reference of another caller. And from that point on, anything that's calling anything would be calling the new thing. Monkey patching kind of thing, right? And at one level, that's like really fucking cool because you could change the behavior of the thing while it's running. Let's say you wanted, the tree to be changed in some fashion. You could dynamically change the tree by just assigning to the caller. That's it. And then anything in the entire system and your entire command tree would then call that other caller. That's a very monkey patched functional thing. That, by the way, is the original idea behind object-oriented programming, that it can adapt to the mental models of the user. Those are the exact words from... what's his name? I can see him in my head. What's his face? So I think I like that. I think if we get rid of that for the sake of paranoia, we are actually really, really, really giving up a bunch of amazing possibilities, and I don't want to do that. I mean, the whole point of this is to be able to have commands dynamically alter their behavior while they're running. I mean, that is literally the holy grail of object-oriented programming as it was originally conceived. The true object-oriented programming, not class-based object-oriented program. To quote this guy again, what's his name? God, I can't remember. The only language you cannot program object-oriented programming in is Java, because it forces you to use classes. There is no other way. That is not the original intent of OOP. It's not how it was designed. It's not how it was implemented. And Smalltalk also fucked it up. It's super good. If you want to see the video, You, YouTube. I probably have it in my Z somewhere. I should probably go find it. You cannot code OP in Java. He's one of the Agile Manifesto signers. Yeah, where is it? No, who is that person? Whatever. Oh god, all these YouTubers, they're so weird looking, including me. They're all bald and bearded. They're all bald. All the coders are bald. And like you have to be bald, I guess, to be a coder. I guess does that make me a good coder because I'm bald? What is going on? I can't find anything good. Oh my god. There he is. James Coplain.
So we've seen this in the previous talk. I was pleased to see that everyone in the audience had seen this before. When I teach object-oriented programming, not polymorphism, not encapsulation, not the whole goal of object-oriented that one is just an extension of the other. This is the whole goal of object-oriented programming, not the end
Oh my god, he's really loud.
the view through the controller, both a program somewhere before. Individuals and interaction. So object-oriented programming is kind of about the ghost or the soul in the machine. So here we have the child, and individuals and interactions, ooh, I've heard that somewhere before, over processes and tools. How do individuals interact with objects?
He's so right.
Now this is what I call an agile program, where the program has empathy with the mental model of the end user and of the programmer. I mean, the programmer...
Okay, that is why I'm making Bonzai. Because the programs that have been developed up to this date that are using GetOpt and all the other stuff, they're not designed for the mental models of the end user, period. People do not think in terms of dashes and dash this and whether this thing is global or whether it goes with this command. They don't think about that. That's not how they operate. That's not the mental model of any user at all, except for maybe Kent Thompson and Richie and Pike who invented it.
Has to be there understanding both what's going on in the computer and what's going on in the child's mind. And it'd be really good if the child could go directly into the computer and manipulate things. It's like if I'm teaching you, I'd like to go directly into your brain and manipulate the cells, but it'd be really messy. So we work through this interface.
Yep.
And this interface is something called a tool. And a tool, not the thing through which controller, it creates and coordinates views. No, the controller is not the thing through which input comes from. This is another thing that people grossly misunderstand. People do not understand model view controller. So the controller creates and coordinates views, view, controller, user. And then input gets down to the model and the computer thinking about the same thing. That one is just an extension of the other. This is the whole goal of object-oriented programming. Not polymorphism, not encapsulation, not productivity, human mental models. It's about people.
And it doesn't work because people don't think in hierarchies. They think in interfaces.
So most programmers program in classes.
Here we go.
Any JavaScript programmers here?
Here, this is so funny. He totally roasts him.
You do this right, you can program on objects. JavaScript programmers maybe get this.
Yeah.
In a way that Java programmers never will.
You know why? Because they can change the function that's running at the moment at runtime.
How many of you sell classes? No, we sell use cases. Software is a service. So it's not this thing called software as a service. Software is always a service. A CD-ROM has absolutely no value until it's installed and running on a computer.
Yeah.
It is a service.
I can watch this a million times.
So we sell use cases.
He actually commented on one of my videos about it.
We can't understand what our programs do because we're isolated to working in one method at one class at a time.
Yeah.
So what do? What do we test? One method of one class at a time. All the rest is mocks. Oh yeah, like this is going to work.
I love him so
The
much.
GUI comes later.
I love him so much.
Jeff Raskin,
Oh my
founder of the
God.
Macintosh project, said the interface is the product. The
Yes.
software is
Think
just
in
the
terms
crap
of
that has to go
UI,
along
user
with the
interfaces.
interface to make it work.
Interface-driven
What you
design.
build and deliver is an
Usage-driven
interface.
design. That's
The
what I
rest of
call
the
it.
stuff is muda.
Who cares?
It's waste. Lean term for waste. And so if we separate into client server, it doesn't have this connection where the user is really directly manipulating their mental model. And use cases aren't designed to understand them from the code at all.
Yeah.
All because we've lost this vision of what objects were supposed to be about.
There you go, baby.
And it was kind of a religious issue, right? Because
It is a religious issue, and I'm done. But this is so important because this is why Go and frankly Rust and all these structured languages that do not have, strictly speaking, class-based object-oriented programming, they look more like JavaScript than they do, and JavaScript had a baby with C or something, than Java or C Sharp, because the idea of being able to programmatically or even dynamically add a method to a thing. That's why I hate Python for beginners, because they can't get their head around first class functions, which is the core of true object oriented programming, is actually functions, because that way, and the idea that an object in JavaScript is a function, old school JavaScript, is absolutely brilliant if you understand what they were trying to do, just Lisp. Anyway, I could go off and on this all day. This is why people are so broken when they go into programming, because they're like a thing. So, but a core tenet of this, as I understand it, and I could be getting it wrong, but a core piece of this is that the software needs to be able to adapt. It needs to be able to adapt to the person it's using without having, $10,000, H100 NVIDIA, burning for an hour and a half to just help you answer questions. There's no AI involved in this. This is having software that's able to adapt and be able to use itself and be able to change its behavior while it's running. And that does not happen without monkey patching. In fact, this kind of programming has been so seriously lambasted. People have actually called the concept of changing the behavior, monkey patching, absolutely just like reassigning a method or a function to a running program. They think that that's like the fucking devil because it's no longer going to do what you expect it to do. Well, that's because the rest of the software has been written poorly to not use interfaces. If it were using interfaces, it doesn't care. So like if you while the engine's running almost, you could like change air filter. You don't care because the interface is the same. You shouldn't do that, obviously. But you know what I mean? As long as it behaves in the same expected way, you don't care about how the behavior changes. But being able to change its implementation is a big deal. Because then when you have things that provide functionality, like ambulate, something that walks, right? Consider, you push a thing and that would, thank you. That would actually turn on, a different way of walking. Maybe you needed to adapt to the way you're walking, right? The whole transformer morphing kind of idea, the whole Tony Stark, nanobots adapting to the situation, the whole, smart matter in Star Trek. All of that stuff is envisioning a world where the behavior and the core functionality, the operations, have methods that change. People interchange the word operation and method constantly. And that is one of the biggest problems with this whole thing, is they don't understand the difference. An operation is based on primarily behavior that has measurable things, usually through interfaces of some way to measure it. And then you have how that operation is performed. There's multiple ways to perform the operation. Some of them are, there's actually all kinds of memes about this on TikTok and stuff about, hey, I'm junior programmer gets this thing done, right? And they go around about it in this really circuitous, weird, fun way, but they still get it done because they still executed on the operation. They still did it. The method that they did it was totally different. Who cares? Is it less efficient? Yes. Do you want to be able to change the method depending on the temperature or your mood? You should be able to do that. That is true object-oriented programming. True object-oriented programming is adapting the program, allowing program writing code that can adapt to the mental models of the user. That is a direct quote from the inventor of the term object-oriented programming. All right, I'm done. So why the rant? Why the rant? The rant is because I'm helping myself be okay having software that is insecure. The reason for static hierarchies and single inheritance and stuff is largely fears over security and stuff like that. And I'm kind of talking myself out of my own fears about allowing other software that's been compiled into the same program modify the caller explicitly, and instead of giving them read access to the caller and say, okay, here's the interface for the caller, right? So by doing it this way, instead of having the caller be a method, this allows dynamically changing the caller to another one. If I was going to do this using interfaces, I would have to say get set. And as soon as you have a ton of get set in a thing, you're broken, because you're really not, it's there's something wrong. I mean, it's usually it's not the right way to go. And as I already have, as you saw my command interface, it's got a ton of get set in there, and I'm thinking about removing it. Now, the reason it has to be there in my case is because I need my completers to be able. The reason I had it in there before is because, well, the biggest reason to pass interfaces is a really solid one, and that is to allow the thing that implements the interface to be swapped out to be anything, and that is a very unique property of Go. I think that Java probably has it too. You can actually pass interfaces, things that implement specific interfaces. The difference is you have to define the interface up front, and anything you make, you have to pre-declare that it's going to be on the interface. Whereas in Go, if you suddenly want a thing to be able to fulfill an interface, you can just add those methods on, and you can do it. Nothing else is done. That's it. If it has those methods, it fulfills the interface. This is a very unique Go thing, as far as I know. So, which is really cool because it makes Go extremely flexible yet still statically typed. That's one of the reasons I love this language so much. So let's look at Bonzai again. So the couple of questions here in the interface design. So right now I have, where am I? Still version 21. Okay, Bonzai. So here's the command interface, and I have all these gets, and I just said it was a bad idea, right? Well, what I would like to do, now the reason I put gets on this is because I wanted the command to be, the main reason I did this is so for the circular dependency issue, right? Because a very simple reason for that is, like, if I don't have this, and I define in my command right here a completer. This where's my completer? So this dependency on a completer, I can do that, right? If I put that someplace else, actually no, completer's not it. That's not it. I'm looking for, where is it that I have commands? Valvars, default variables. Oh, that has to stay there. Okay, there we go. So commands. This is interesting. Okay, so this is where my circular dependency happens. Section does too. I mean, the reason that all this is exported is so you can make your thing really easy and you can inline the development of the whole thing. It's basically static for the most part. Sure, because there's an arg map. Oh, there's a section. These are specific types, though. These are not interfaces. This could be capital command, right? But if we do that, then you can't access the other stuff unless you do it through the interface. That's why this was made a hardline command. I'm wondering if I can drop the interface for command period now that we don't need it. If we do, then code will have to be recompiled when this command structure changes, because the danger of passing commands is that you can't abstract them at all. So if I wanted to change anything, I could, but I don't know if I need to. So comp completer, this is probably going to be one of those times. All these callers, they all say commands. See, they're not using the interface. So I don't even think I need the interface. I think the interface is only for the completer. And I think what I could do is I could change the definition of a completer to accept a CMD. But then I think I have a circular dependency. I think I have a circular dependency at that point, because as soon as I put, if I change completer to be, well, in this case, completer is just, at one point it was just a function, but now it's a struct that takes a completer. It has a function that takes a command, and the command can be, yeah, I'm going to end up breaking this, but I'm going to try it anyway. We made a lot of changes. Let's see if we can get back to a baseline that will work. But I need to really give this a lot of thought. I'm going to try to drop these interfaces if I can. I don't need them. If I don't need the interface, the reason to have the interface, look, it doesn't make any sense to export all your stuff in a struct and also have an interface. The only reason to do that would be if for some sort of dependency, circular dependency, problem, and that's what I fought with in the past, and that's how I fixed it. But I'm starting to think I don't have that problem anymore. So I'm seriously tempted to drop the interfaces for this, and see what breaks. We got a lot of stuff here that's been moving around. So, as that title defined section has no field title. Let's just use one thing at a time. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to rip this up. I have the last commit, so I can roll back if I have to. What commit are we? Let's go ahead and do a tag. Let's do a tag. Let's do git tag. Before dropping interface. Git push. Wait. Is it tag? I forgot. Is it -t? It's -t. Tags, right? Git push -f origin. Git tag. Git push -f origin. Git push before or before. All right, so I'm going to tag this so I can come back to it, and then we're going to rip the shit out of it. And this is good. This is good. It's going to take a while. I don't have really this is, the other one's working. So this is just a matter of like, I think I'm going to drop this entire interface. Common interface is Bonzai command position like to pass interface instead of structure completers. Getting rid of this. Okay, so one of the okay, let me tell you right away what's going to break. So let's say someone else has written a completer, right? Let's say someone else has written a completer like I have here, which we actually should probably bring into core. We should bring core CPL. Actually, let's move CPL to the comp, and we see it into comp. And this is our completer, right? So these are how completers work. And here, command complete. So this is what fulfills it. It has to take a Bonzai command. Wait, that takes a Bonzai command. Now, if I don't have that and I do this, right? And actually, we could have it be either that or a pointer. If we don't do it as a pointer, it'll make a copy. If we do it as a pointer, but it's a struct anyway, so it's going to be passed by ref. So it's not like even if it's passed by pointer, this would be a pointer copy. But then if you change any of the values to it, the point of it is here is if you pass this, then people who are writing completers could actually change the commands. They could directly change the commands. So you have people writing completers that they have access to, because we didn't make it an interface, they have access to the stuff that's been exported from the compatible thing. And if we do it like this, it's creating a copy of it. If we do it like this, they can change the content. Right? So we kind of have that read-write ability already. And but this is going to create a circular dependency right away. So if I do this, no required module parts get CMD to add it. CMDs. Let's see. Yes, it's having a problem. Is there Z stuff in here still? Yeah, we don't want Z stuff in there. We're getting rid of the Z. We're replacing that with Bonzai again. I think this will actually be better. Yeah, that dropped the depth. This should actually work now. CPL is now comp. So, and we have a filter command. So go test. All right, usage group. I mean, I moved a bunch of shit around. Undefined comp, undefined args from, undefined trap pack. Let's fix all this back. I know how to fix all those. Usage group. Let's do usage group first. Wait, CD. Where am I? VI. Wait, where am I? Am I Z program? Oh, what the hell? No, I should be in Bonzai. All right, so we're gonna move internal.go. We have a bunch of stuff that we moved over. What did I put it in? Did I put it in errors? Where did I put it? I put usage group. Usage group is here. It's just not here. There's trap panic. Wait, where is this? Oh, it's internal. There we go. Args are in. I'm going to add. Why is trap panic in there anyway? I mean, can I have it be internal? Actually, no. That stuff has to be exported. Anything in the command has to be also exported, otherwise I won't be able to see it. That's really the criteria there. So we were like, I'm glad we were making things like putting it in internal, but we're gonna need to fix this. This is also comp commands, complete commands. All right, so commands equals any commands contains a commands. Say okay, so see how this is a map string any. It didn't need to be. Commands contains the commands to look up when executing zrun in a multi-cal mode. Yeah. I think commands has actually already been defined in the other one as an interface. That's why we did that. Yeah. So we have to clean that. We have to grab commands is already here, I'm sure. We have command, but not commands. Yeah. Hey, Kip, what's up? Yeah, let's go ahead and add it. So that can probably come back. Okay, I feel like this is important. Let's add it back. We want the default completion for the package to be commands, and we don't want the command to be able to change that. Do we? How are we going to allow for them to change it? This goes back to the principle of should I allow subcommands to mess with the command and expose the entire package? And again, I think the answer is yes, but it's going to be very, very novel. It's violating all kinds of like dogmatic views about global namespaces and stuff in order for the sake of adaptive, software design. And that is very scary because at a certain point it's unsafe, and a second point is like, well, you're just going to let people stomp all over it, right? So for example, why should I put, we can put this type here, right? So go ahead and add that type back. So, oops. Commands. I think there's already a commands list in here somewhere. No, I don't. Actually, it's in here. Let's actually do this. Let's combine these two. I'm there because if I do this, I'm going to be, if I do this right, I'm going to be able to get rid of the interface. And so we're going to be one step simpler to being done. Go. Move CMD, go. Test the Bonzai. Test that, go. And we have our concepts. Which I'm always going to be opening that, so I'm just going to leave that there. So Bonzai, we got to go change the other package line. I'm excited to see if this works out. It very well could work out. This is a really big redesign, though. I'm not going to lie. All right, so there's the command. I'm going to add the type struct. This type struct is the most important thing now. It's funny because it's like, it's really, if we do this and we get rid of the other thing, actually, let's just rip it out. Let's just rip it out and see what happens. I'm just going to rip it out. I ripped out the interface. There's no such thing as a command interface anymore. So right away, the completer is going to die. It's going to be like, what the fuck? I don't know what you're doing anymore. So now this has got to change. So the command is now a CMD. And that's the new definition of what a completer is. That it has to pass a CMD. Now, it's passing a CMD and it's not passing a pointer to a CMD. And do we want completers to have the access to change the content of a command? No, we don't. Right? We just want read access to the command. That's it. We want read access to the command. That's it. We don't want to allow them to change it. This is the difference between passing a pointer and not. Right? We just want to read it. That's read-only access. You don't. See, I thought you had to have an interface for that, but you actually don't. You know, I'm passing an argument, which I'm passing a struct, which makes me very uncomfortable. The main reason passing a struct is uncomfortable is let's say you have like an entire ecosystem of people who have made completers, right? If you pass an interface, anybody, anything that fulfills that interface can be passed. So you might end up making an ecosystem. So for example, if I was like thinking about submitting something to a standard Go library or whatever, I would want completer to take an interface. Why? As an argument. Because the notion of a completer function, like a stringer or any other interface, would be that you're going to pass something that fulfills the command interface. Like it has these properties, and you can get the properties by querying them, just like the file system interface, right? So the file system or the file mode, that's an interface, and it's queryable through a method. The reason you get to that data through a method is because it can be changed at any time. Literally anything can implement the interface and it will work. As soon as I say that this interface has to take a Bonzai command, nobody else can implement this interface except for something that uses and imports the entire Bonzai module. So the only reason that I would want to have a completer interface pass a stupid, verbose data query interface is because I want to allow people to create completers for anything. But if I did that, you know, what would I be doing? And then the way this works is that somebody else, so let's say they don't, even though my interface, this is the best thing about Go. Oh my God, this is the best thing of all. So if my interface in my package, in my Bonzai module, if the interface is identical, in other words, if its method signatures are exactly the same and they have exactly the same names, if they're the same if they're the same and they have the same names, then anything that implements those methods, and I mean anything, whether they know they're implementing that interface or not, automatically matches the requirements of the interface and can therefore be passed as an argument. So if I want to promote reusable software, you want to be passing interfaces as much as possible, because somebody else can end up fulfilling the same interface. They're like, oh, I got this other project over here, and I like your idea of a completer, and I don't want to say that this is a Bonzai completer, right? But there's a rub. There's a rub here. So before I had this passing command, right? Now here's the rub. Because interfaces are fundamentally associated with a Golang module. So if somebody else were to implement a completer and they didn't want anything to do with this, in order for them to use the completer and to call into my system if they were to use my stuff, they wouldn't have to implement the completer, but in order to say that the thing is a completer, they'd have to use my entire module, because they'd have to pull in the Bonzai thing. So at that point, it's like, are you really winning that much? Are you really winning that much by making it an interface versus just a struct, by passing a struct? And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the main reason people don't pass structs is they don't want to provide they don't want to provide write access to the entire thing. Their structs are not designed to be exported and reused all over the place. Mine kind of is. So it really is more of a question of how big do you want your ecosystem to be, and I really don't want mine to be that big. If somebody wants to submit completers, I want to be able to add completers to the module library or to have them work, but I want them, if they're writing a completer, they need to write the completer so that it's a Bonzai completer. They don't have to, though. If I do this, they have to use my module in order to write the software, and their module has to have Bonzai in it. If I make it an interface, they don't have to do that. They don't have to do that. I would like to see a lot more completers created, to tell you the truth. Now, one of the things that completers need, though, is they need to be able to see, like, how is it called? What was this? What's going on with the command, right? And so that's when your interface gets really out of control, right? Because now I have this massive data structure, and I have to export essentially everything that's already exported and have it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I might end up with regretting this later, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this instead. It's not really an interface at all at that point. It's like, who gives a shit? The only reason I have completer here at all. Yeah, I don't need that. Comp can now be a completer. At that point, I don't even need a completer. It could just be a function. No, I need this because I want the type. I don't want to have to write that whole thing. So that actually, I do need that. I could make it a specific type of completer. A completer just has to have, this is basically just a type. It just has to have a complete function. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. So this is just a complete specifies struct with a complete function, and that will complete the given Bonzai command with the given Bonzai command with the given arguments. It must never panic and always return at least an empty slice of strings. That's fine. Yes, sir. Where is it? Okay, so I was a lot of talking. I'm sorry, but I'm really rubber ducking the crap out of this right now. I really am. I might go get some coffee, actually. I'm probably going to be up a lot tonight. Section provides for the get other attribute. I don't know why I have this here. I think this is part of the whole. I think this is part of the other interface. This doesn't have to be this. I could just make this an actual section. Yeah, let's do that. It already is there. Let's change this one to a capital section, and change the other one. This is a pretty heavy duty rewrite, no doubt. See all this stuff? This is all just to implement that stuff. There are a couple methods here that are essential, even though they're not part of the interface. Get commands, for example, is a big one. So this one ranges over the commands. I'm going to kill that. I'm going to kill all this. This is all interface stuff. I don't need it. I'm going to probably regret it and add it all back, but I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. Because, okay, usage, that's kind of an interesting one. So usage is one that used to be usage. Because this will actually fill the usage. We're going to lose some functionality here because, usage error returns incorrect usage for itself. Yeah. So return internal dot incorrect usage. Does this have internal already on it? I think if we add internal, I don't know if it's going to make it package internal. Yeah. I think I can have that, but I don't think other people. What I want to know is if other modules can build it. We're going to find out. We're going to find out here, friends. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to pop up right away. So, all right, let's just keep going. Let's rip on this some more. Start from the beginning. Commands. Commands contains a map string of commands. Very basic call. The reason to put this is because then you can put string interfaces on it and stuff, even if it's just a map. It makes it nicer. It's cleaner in the interface as well. Completer, we already did. A section, we did. Actually, that section is dead. Where's my other section? I should go get it. I can put that above here. I don't know how to do this. We'll put them. The smaller types I'm putting at the top here. Argmap, var vowels goes here. Section. This is just making it easier to write out. Keys return only key names. Argmap keys. Oh, that's kind of cool. So that's your object right there, right? An argmap. This is kind of cool. This is an object made out of a map that's got a method on it. That blows people away. That's very JavaScripty. Right? I put a method on an object that is a map. Yeah. It's so freaking cool. I love it. It's very much like the way Perl used to do OP with the receiver being the first argument. I'm pretty sure that there was a lot of, inspiration going on there. Missing var. I don't know how many of these need to be in here. I don't know how many of these errors need to be in here, actually. The only reason they should be here is if we want the end user to use them. We want command creators to use them. And I don't know if we want that. I still think this should be in an errors file. Yeah, because when people come to the project, they want to see all the errors they can use. And that's the first thing they're going to look for. It's one of the first things. So let's delete that. 1, 2, 3. D3AP. Errors. We could actually probably put screen key on now. What do you guys think? Should I put screen key on? Oh no, because I'm out of it all the time. Does it stay on when I reopen it? No. That's bad. I'm gonna find a better screen, Keithy. You know what? I had a smoothie. I had a green smoothie. It feels great. It makes me have so much energy. My brain feels like it's working so much better today, right now. I'm not kidding. I had a nap and I had a green smoothie after I cleaned up a little bit, and now my brain is just like firing on all cylinders. It's amazing. I love it. I just putting it out there. Import FMT missing bar. So only include errors. Yes. That might find uses within the command call functions. Command call functions implemented by external developers projects. Command.call. I'm going to leave it call because we want to do that. We want to think. We want to allow the calling, the intercalling of commands if the command exists, and I think that's going to be fine. I was like really paranoid about that, but now that I'm thinking about it, and I watched Jim Kaplan, I'm like totally back on. I'm totally back on board. Why is it driving me crazy that doesn't like synchronize? I wish it was not like. I wish all the text ones would go together. I'm so weird. They could just fit it all in a single file. People do. Should we just do that? Then we wouldn't have to leave the file. People have such strong opinions on this point. They do. It's like some people want a big ass file that they can scroll up and down in. And frankly, most people want that today because they're used to using VS Code and looking at the whole file. They hate opening up multiple files. It's like really annoying because they have to like walk over. But if you're a Vim user, you don't do that. It's more likely to find a project with a file that's like got 6,000 lines in it than in 2024 than before, because people don't like they don't like leaving a file in VS Code. They want to use their scroller. But if you're doing this kind of development, it's actually a lot harder to do that. So you can usually tell what somebody uses for development. That's why C files are usually very small and succinct. I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of the C projects, there's lots of files. There's lots of files, and the files are usually very short. Of course, there's no rules about this. You can do it however the fuck you want. And, but you can almost tell, how a project was managed, All right, so errors. And, if you're going to put it all in a file, you should at least make sections in the file. I'm only doing that because I love not having all the files in here. This is literally like the showcase for Bonzai. People are going to open up this directory and they're going to immediately judge me and my project based on how clean this directory is and how easy it is to navigate and how intuitive it is. I do it all the time to other people. So spending time making it like really easy to read, there's like only one Go file in here and they're like, oh, okay. And as long as at the top we start with some sort of nice documentation, and then we have, our constants that they can skip over. If they want, they can bold that even. And then we have all of our types at the top of it. The types and the interfaces are going to be, that's the domain language for the entire project. And so you can see method, varvals, argmaps, you have a section, and then you have the command itself. So the reason we had to put that stuff first is because now we have the command. So you can look at the command and say, okay, I've got an argmap. I should probably put the command first. Honestly, I should probably put this command struct as the main thing. This is the main thing people are going to want to open. It's going to have all the other stuff. The problem is if I put it, this is actually one of the best things about Go, is that there's no need for all that indentation and having everything be in the same class. Thank God. The use of like receivers like this is so amazing because I can actually define everything. I can put my entire struct for the command at the top of the file so people can get a really good handle on what's going on. And then I can, change tune and show a few types, and then I can actually put the rest of my receiver methods down below. So that they don't have to immediately follow the program. And you see authors do this all the time in Go. Here's a good example of it, right? So I have a section right here, and then I have the commands that are here. So that's what the receiver is about. The use of a receiver for method handling is absolutely fucking genius. I don't know if Pike came up with that idea or who did, but that has got to be one of the single biggest draws for Go. Having programmed in more than a dozen different languages, I can tell you that is just absolutely brilliant. It really is brilliant. Actually don't need that anymore. That was just to get the interface fulfilled, so we don't need that. Good. And so we should actually have a big thing about the command struct, because that'll show up in the documentation at the top here. At one point I had that, but I should probably put command here. I should either do that or I should do the types. I don't know. I'm trying to decide. Again, I'm trying to make it really pretty. I like making it pretty. That's the fun part, making it pretty. What about we're gonna method call input, pass bulk input efficiently. Oh, this is cool. I forgot about this. Yeah. That's the args are in. I don't need that anymore. I got rid of that. I forgot about that. That was great. I'm so glad I added that. The rest of that's cache. So we have the names, this letter, usage names. Some of these were for the interface, and some of them are dynamic parameters or dynamic properties. Properties that are derived from other things, unlike the ones that are listed in the struct itself. So usage params, xparams, here's params in user group notation. Okay. Command names, returns names for each commands joined with usage regex notation. We need that. And we need the title. The title returns a dynamic field of the name and summary combined. This is a dynamic attribute. Right? This is not the same as name. X.get summary. Okay, perfect. Get legal. Legal is, again, another dynamic attribute. A dynamic property, whatever you want to call it. So other titles, map keys X sessions. So or just the ordered titles from other. Okay, cool. Cache alias. Cache aliases. This is an internal thing that's called to cache them. That can only be done from the Bonzai module. Cache sections. We're going to do that. So you can change sections, stuff like that, but there's an internal cache that gets written so that if you're going to use it again, it gets pulled up. Run method, resolve shortcuts. Okay, so this here is different than call. I forgot about this. This is different than call. I have run and call. Quite frankly, call should be called method. That's what it should be called. That's what it is. It's the method for the implementation. It is the method. It's the main thing. But the downside of that is the reason it's called call is because it can be used as a function because it's then assigned as a function. So that's why it's called call. I'm so glad I called it that. Run method resolves shortcuts and aliases and seeks to leave the leave command. So this is the thing where run is the thing that gets called that finds out what thing actually wins and whether it's the internal func or the one that's been included, and it has comp line and everything. AI completers are also fully supported by this approach. Intelligent completion eliminates the need for overlaying complex and error-prone get opt arguments. Why comp line? Is that I think my wife just texted me. I know she didn't. I have a special name for her. Official ringing thing. All right. So we have comp line, command run, trap panic. Returns throughout are because this technique is really good. I can't find anything now because I got so many bugs, but this is, if you want to know how completion works in Bash, this is here. I'm eventually going to have to fix this and change this so that it only does this if it detects Bash. If it detects Bash, it does this. Otherwise, we don't need this. Yeah. Then it there delegates it to the completer. So the reason we do this is because actually Bash is the one that sets comp line. That's how you know that you're running in a completion context. So this needs to change to if it's Bash, if the host OS is Bash and comp line. Hell, I could add that right now, but I don't want to do that. Bash is the only thing that does it. The reason this exists is so that the program itself can be used for completion. Hell, I could add that right now. This is the only thing that does this is Bash. Everything else we don't want completion at all. How do we even detect? This is a ChatGPT question. How do I detect that the host shell is Bash in Golang? I think I just could check for the environment variable shell equals Bash. Yeah, I was just going to do that. String contains is Bash. Those shells not Bash. Strings contains Bash. It's not Bash. The code is relative value of shell. I think there's actually a way to do this without that. Yeah, you know what? I think we can pull this off pretty easily. I didn't realize how easy it was. Bash will always have shell defined. Period. So we can do this. We can say cache sections completion line run. So this is all this stuff is completion down to on completer delegate. And this is all completion, all of it. Cache sections completion. We should probably put like resolve completion here. Actually, no, we can just return here unless we want completion. Exit. We're not going to exit. Exit is when you have a fall. I had to put explicit exits in here so that you could disable exiting. I should probably break this out, but I'm not going to right now. All right. If strings contains substring, yeah, bash. All the other shells don't have completion in the program because they don't support programs that do their own completion. None of them do. So for those sorts of things, completion is going to have to be a command. It's going to have to be completion, and then when you run it, it'll output the completion stuff, and it will be the shell that you can use for completion. Cobra does that by default, builds it into everything. So that's actually another thing that we're gonna save, right? So we need to actually reserve because that's used in Bash all the time. So that's a standard technique, and everybody adds it to their Cobra projects, and it's always annoying because you have to look up how to do it. And but this is how you do the completion. So you see all these. Wait, where is it? All right, here's how you do it. See, these are all Cobra's things. All of these are Cobra things. So not having a command that has a command that's initial command called completion is like a bad idea, right? So help, completion, and var. Those are like we're squatting on those. Nobody can use those except for us. You can't override them. And then every single command that uses Bonzai will be consistent with that. It's actually one of the things about Cobra I do like is that it's standardized on version. Actually, version is another one. Version is one that we should probably also squat on. So like if you do YQ version, it's version is how you get all the help, which is I think is stupid. I really do. Zet version will give you the actual. Whoops. Zet doesn't have a version because it reads the first character is like it'll do a search for it. Yeah, I forgot about that. Let's do something else. Let's do Pomo version. Yeah, Pomo will give you the version, and then it actually no, Pomo doesn't have a version either. That's interesting. The reason for that is because if you wanted to search for the version, this is where people the GetOps people kind of come unglued, right? Because they're like, why don't you have a -v version, right? Well, Go doesn't. Go doesn't have one, right? For version, it shows you the help info. It says version is not a thing. Git, what does Git have? Version. So I think we're going to squat on this. Let's actually make a thing about this. Issue. Squat on common subcommands. Shit. The following have industry meaning across the board and should be respected in all. I'm using stars here in all Bonzai commands. So version, help, and completion. Version, help, completion, plus, given the lack of GetOps option, the following also makes sense. So var use all right, so I was going to add conf, but then I have to then every single program is loaded with YAML, and I can't do that. There's too big a fight about what your configuration file format should be. The var thing is just cached. It's just cache properties, Java properties. That's it. and they are wicked fast and tiny and don't have to have an entire debate about which configuration file format you're using. So I'm not gonna get into the config war. The reason for that too is that people are really gonna want to use the config keyword. So note that conf and config should always be made available for use by command developers to do configuration as they see fit, to manage they see fit. The thing that's really great about this is that the people will come to, if people begin to start using Bonzai, they'll know that under the cache location, which is a standard Go thing, that those caches will be there, and they can go mess with the caches and they can look at them, and they can clear their cache and everything. It'll be a standard thing built into any of them, just as common as completion is built into every Cobra command these days. So that makes me feel really good. There's actually this is in addition to all the invisible, to all the hidden, to all the standard hidden commands. Anything beginning with an underscore is reserved for use by Bonzai and not guaranteed to remain. So this is kind of for debugging, and I already have some of these. How do you spell guarantee? I can never spell guaranteed right. It's guaranteed. Guarantee. I can never spell it right. I can never spell it right. I haven't been able to spell that word right since I was 2. Guarantee. All right, so yeah, I got that captured. That's an issue now. I can go look at that issue later. I just don't like having a thought and then like leaving it, you know? All right. I'm going to walk up and go get, believe it or not, I'm going to get some coffee at 8:50. Just because I want to. I don't know why. This is going really well, though. I'm super excited about these changes. This is going to be a huge thing. So the first version of Bonzai has been around long enough for me to really enjoy it and really fulfill it, and particularly the help and documentation. But it's time for a new generation of it. The integration of lipstick, my charm bracelet lipstick, is going to be huge as a help option. And yeah, the integrated web enabled help is going to allow images to be saved and part of the resource fork of programs that want to be able to send images in their man pages, essentially, and have them be rendered and have them be shown to people who have a web browser available. We're going to be adding, we're going to be embedding bars, and we're going to use that statefully because it's really the best way to go. We're abandoning config and freeing up that verb for other people to use, and getting ready to do a larger scale release. So lots of stuff going on. We're also bundling an entire helper function library inside of Bonzai instead of maintaining it as independent tiny little repo projects modules out there. Those things will all be going away, and Awesome Go will be changed. So I'm going to take a break, and I'll be right back. So see you in a bit. All right, I'm back. What's going on? What are people doing out there? You guys having fun? Right, working on stuff. Let me see what people are doing on the Twitch. What are people doing on the Twitch? Alt F4 is done. We rated him today. 80s dance party just got started. I love 80s dance party. I don't care. It's really fun.
Healthcare.gov is here for you.
They're like singing Wham songs. Normally I'd be coding here and watching 80s dance party. I'm kind of tempted to do that and just leave. You guys don't care. You guys don't care about my coding. You're like, or do you want us to say, you're trying to set up a remote debugger? Really? Wow. What is that about? If I were here by myself, that's what I'd be doing. I would sit here and watch Harry Potter and write code, or watch 80s Dance Party and write code, or watch one of you. You guys need to take turns writing in the stream. No, I'll just put you on in my ears. Healthcare.gov, whatever that. Oh, that's the thing. I think we're doing potential, but his van broke. His van broke. He's like fixing his van.
From San Diego flea market.
The guy who lives in a van. I am totally cured of my desire to like live on the road. I did. I lived on the road for a month and a half, and it was really fun. I had a lot of fun living on the road in my bike. I got really fat because I had to eat crap the whole time. I actually was doing it to go do a bike trip, but I got really unhealthy. And if you want to be healthy, it's better to have a routine of doing daily exercise and then have everything just ready for you so you can make time. Look, Ugly's on. God, I miss Ugly. Ugly's one of my favorite people of all time on my stream. She's absolutely hilarious. She is. She's doing editing. She's doing her thing. I know her from mountain biking, which we're going to do again, by the way. We are. We're going to do mountain biking again. It's all coming. It's all coming. Do yoga and all is coming. She's hilarious. I should like knock on her door. Hey, Ugly, what's up? I've never done a knock. Have you guys ever done a knock? I think you have to have your OBS set up to do it. I don't know how to do that. I want to get good at doing that though. At one point I want to get good with like just knocking other streamers and say, hey, what's up? What's she saying? I can't hear her. Yeah. I can't hear her. What's she saying? She's...
You know. Fuck, you know.
She's editing somebody's thing. This is her job, I think.
Alright, well, we can do this, right? Isn't it sequence? Post cap. Now let's see, how long is this?
Yeah.
We
She's
can get
doing
under
her
2
work
minutes.
stuff.
That's good.
Oh, so I can just star saves that I will. Oh. Oh my god.
She's so great. If you haven't followed Ugly, you need to do that. I should shout her out.
I don't want to be this save. I don't want to be this save.
How do you shout out
Okay.
in Twitch?
This is so stupid. Like.
No, he says twice. Get rid of the first one.
How do you shout out?
Oh my
Is it
God.
slash shout out?
This is so stupid. I can just like I don't want to be this save.
Shout
Hey, Ben.
out.
Stupid. Like.
Woof woof.
This is gonna annoy me so much. I bet there's.
I wonder if I do this, I wonder if she'll see if I'm watching her.
Use this to only pick the best.
I bet
6,
she'll
7
see.
civilizations, and we'll never get the bad saves again.
This video's...
I don't like it at all. Fuck, man. That's
Ugly.
I like when people have some balls, you know. People just make pussies on the ladder everywhere.
Rob shouted me out. Hey, Rob. Are you watching?
Yeah.
I'll shout back at you.
I couldn't help. I saw you were on. I was like,
There's a screaming match.
I was
Holy
just.
cow.
Alright.
Wow, I feel this is gonna be a great video.
It'd be a great video.
556.
Here, I
Oh
gotta
my
show
God.
you guys what it's gonna be.
You got raided on
It's
top
when
of
you were
everything
talking
else.
About the Pixiv thing.
I'm glad we were here for the raid.
Malay, Mongol, Mayan.
She hasn't seen the raid yet.
Woo! Hindustani?
She hasn't seen the raid yet. There's like 556 people.
No, no Britons. No, no. No tutors. I will never be Dravidians again.
She's editing somebody's stuff.
Confirm. Yay. I have all the best views.
Has she not seen? She hasn't seen the raid yet.
So cool.
Ugly, look at your raid, girl.
Ever again. Yes.
Ugly, look at your raid. She's like, no, I'm too busy. I'm getting shit done.
So stupid, man.
That's what you get here.
So stupid.
She got raided.
Balls, huh?
She got raided. She has a 556 person raid, and she has no idea.
Walls. Hey, Akita. Thanks, Akita. Thanks, MBL.
I don't think she knows yet.
Oh, I'm gonna add our end screen.
She still doesn't know she got raided. 560 people just raided her.
What is this? How long is the video?
Because she has no fucks to give. That's why she's so cool.
Perfect.
She's so cool. She's like streaming with 6 people. Hey, what's up?
That's it.
And then she's got 600 people in there, and she's like, what's up? Wait, what happened? There it goes again. Come on, she's got to notice.
I think we'll be good there.
I have to watch this long enough for her to see when she notices that she got raided.
I think it's gonna be a great video. It starts a little slow, so I think I might want to speed it up a little bit.
She's editing somebody's like Age of Empires video.
Oh my god. I can just like, I don't want to be this safe, I don't want to be this
So she can pay the bills, and then she can go ride her bike again.
stupid, like,
Yeah. Yeah, she's
gonna
awesome.
so much. I bet there's to use this to only pick the best 6-7 civilizations.
We censored here.
And we'll never get the bad civ.
She's not going to say anything about the raid. She just does not even
I
care.
don't like it at all. Fuck, man. That sucks. I'll have some balls, you know.
She is so OG. She's so amazing.
Yeah.
What's that audio sound like if I do this?
I don't like it at
good.
all.
She's literally, she does not care. It's just down to 280 people.
Have some balls, you know. Like this will just make pussies on the ladder everywhere.
There's that pussy comment. If I had to edit other game players' videos, I would shoot myself.
Let's go for this is good. I think we're good to go. I can't spend too much time.
No, you can't.
Gotta ship it.
All right, bye everybody.
Fade in nice and
We're gonna say bye to Ugly. You guys should follow Ugly. Potential Bliss is nice too. He's a good guy. He's fun. He's doing his thing. He's trying to get his car running, his van running. All good times. That was a good break. Oh God, here we go.
It's coming at a very high speed.
All right, so a fair amount of visiting other Twitch people. I probably have talked to my AI here for a second. What are we gonna do here? Let's try to set up remote debugger. That's hard. All right. Well, for the few of you who are still here on a Saturday night, I'm going to proceed. We shall proceed to. Let me clean up everything here. Let's get back at it. I want to get a working compilable. I want to get a working compilable package before the end of the night tonight. So we have. It's 9 o'clock, so we have a few hours, and then we'll be done. I'm going to actually reset my terminal a bit. I'm going to reset some things. I could have done that all in one command, but let's get back to it. Let's CD into Bonzai. And start our TMUX up here. And okay. So now what? Actually, we should have been in the package instead. PKG, TMUX, Bonzai. So let's make sure that Bonzai is clean. I'm gonna go through it. It's a keyboard. It's a keyboard. I'm on this tiny little laptop keyboard. I promise you. QStack, Redux, H Redux. I love that all this stuff is actually included here and not elsewhere. And it's all in the same package. So they don't have any dependencies outside of here. args. So command comp vars C, command comp vars. We're not going to do comp vars. Val vars is a map key to the individual variable from keys to C, comp vars, and comp get. No, we want command get. All right. Argmap is a key mapped to individual arguments. Argmaps keys get the keys, which is, you know, this actually, well, never mind. We'll just keep it. It's fine. Section, structure title, command. We used to have a big old exclamation of the command. I will add it back eventually. For now, I'm just going to put CMD H title and separate that out. This thing has been that way for ages. We're going to keep that. Title, get legal. Here's a single line with the combined values of the name, version, copyright, and license. I think we have legal already. Is legal already in the struct? It actually isn't. So let's actually make this a dynamic attribute now. Let's make it dynamic. Legal. Let's make it dynamic. The get was because of the interface thing. We don't need it anymore. The copyright, don't need that anymore. This way we can just use copyright. Oh yeah, these are going. We don't need any of these. Xfill, X copyright. I don't think I need to use fill. Fill is so you can do markdown. Pass of string using the CMD instance of data object. It is called by the get family of fields. Accessors can be called directly as well. Also see markup.go. Predefined template bench functions. Yeah. I think I could probably just do xbill copyright, xbill version, and then xbill license. License should probably be xbill license. There is no such thing as license. That's not a thing. Fill the license string. Wait, what? Is license a string? Then we don't need a license function. Yeesh. Legal. Copyright equals X fill license. Why aren't we doing the fill in the other one? I wonder. I think it's for the template stuff. I think the template values are going to be a problem. Yeah, that might be. We might have to fix this because we got rid of the interface. So I don't know. I still don't know if it's going to work. We're going to try. So xfill. Oops. Copyright, which is already there. Xfill license. Version. Fill. X.version. These are already fields. Version and empty. Okay, so that gives me what they are. Switch length of copyright. This stuff is all taken care of. Length of copyright is less than blah. Copyright license. All right, that's good. Other titles is a thing. X sections is fine. Okay. The legal, we should probably have that. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to know where to put stuff. We took care of this. We took care of the shell delegation. Exit error. we do not want commands calling exit ever. So that needs to be internal. We want them returning an error and then letting the program do the decision about whether to die or not. The parent. So incorrect usage, however, is already that probably does need to be. Actually, no. Usage error is the thing. This is actually I don't think this needs to be in here. I think incorrect usage is a function, is an error type. I think that is. Yeah. Or is it? Why is it not here? Incorrect usage. It is a static. Where is the error? Why are we the constants in the top package and then the errors in the sub package? That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. I think I actually have a circular dependency if I do that. I know I will. So who uses it? I think it needs to go in internal. Yes, I think all of those need to go in internal. They have no business being exposed to the public. Yep. Don't know what I was thinking there. Yeah, the only point of this is just to make it easy for people to change. Well, it's still internal. Internal. I mean, const.go. Yeah. Make this internal. Yep. Yeah. We already have an error thing though, right? I mean, those are. Maybe I should just put them in the errors. No, that needs to be a separate file. We should change this to text though. File names do not matter in Go packages at all. All right. Bonzai. Let go. Incorrect. Was it? Incorrect usage. Okay. Internal incorrect usage with that command. All good. I think incorrect usage is actually an error already. We want to exit with this error. Okay, so it's substantially okay. Never mind. Command equals exit internal exit error. Okay, this is going to work. Yeah. All right. So in this list before delegation to call command init. This is a given. This is working. We already got that. That's good. That's all good. Exit error. I love the internal pre-qualifier. I know it's going to be all over the place, but I think that's important. It's really going to be great for reading when people read through the code. They're going to know right away what it does. Command if length of commands. Commands is commands. Then do things. Exit error, internal dot exit error. Internal. We should probably. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. That's all good. Here's another one. I am so happy we're doing this, I gotta say. Oh, we got lots more here. All right, so actually we should probably just change all the exit errors. I'm gonna do them one at a time though. It's because I don't trust myself. In this particular case. All right, so we don't need that. And then we need to find exit. And then we need to do, what is it? I'm trying to think of a single command I could do instead of adding a macro. We want to add after I want to actually find and get the cursor after that string. How do you do that? That's the whole thing. It's not B. It's not, what is it, N? Well, here's the bad thing. I can actually do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is stupid. 10. I'll change those 10 characters. Change 10 to the left to exit error internal. And I can do it with every other one. That works. I should have done that the first round. That would have worked, actually. Wait, that last one did not need to be changed. Thermal args. Nope, we're good. And it's funny because we're not getting any errors on this. Here we go. Here's the cycle. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I even said so. So package, we need stuff in internal, and there's stuff in internal that needs stuff in the Bonzai. And that's why we had an interface. That's why we had an interface, because that's one of the ways to fix that. Bonzai package imports internal, which imports package. There is another way to fix this, however, and I am bound and determined to figure it out. Because I don't want to have to add that big ass interface back again. Even though it seems to make sense. I mean, one of the obvious fix is to put it in there. And that's not one of the reasons I exposed all the other stuff. I brought it all up out of internal and I put it in. And then I actually, if we were to do that, we'd have to dump all that shit back in the top level. And then we'd have to change the visibility and naming so that they are all on the same level. Then we would not have any import problems at all. It would all be resolved. But that's not fun. That's just not fun to do that way. The import cycle right now is on the completer. I almost guarantee you that's what's doing it. So let's go check. Let's make sure it's not in the test case. This is actually, let's just disable test for a second. Test code to Bonzai test off. That won't even get it counted. So yeah, so now we have. So let's go check it out. So what are we looking for? We have to figure out where the circular dependencies come from. There it is. It imports internal. Actually, the internal package should not be importing. It should, you know what it is? We have stuff in internal that takes a Bonzai command. That's why we're having problems. So the way to fix this is to define the interface in both places, and then have the, because the interface is only based on what methods are there, and that's exactly what I was talking about doing before. That is exactly what I was talking about doing before, because you can have watch. I can't define a command in both places, but I can combine the interface doesn't even have to be the same name, right? So let's go in internal. Internal should not have any dependencies on the top level Bonzai. The top level stuff should only be pulling in stuff from below. And the thing we're going to have to do to fix this is, what's in the Bonzai test here? Internal test examples from arcs. I don't think this is a problem. Yeah, no, this is. It can't have a dependency. Wait, what's the Z dependency? That's not supposed to be there at all. That might be it. Oh God, I hope so. That's like an easy fix if that's what it is. Oh my God, that is. It doesn't need to be. This is not. No, this is supposed to be internal. It's like, why do we even have example tests in our internal stuff, right? It's not even exposed, so why the hell? Okay, that should be Bonzai. This hasn't been resolved at all. I got to fix all of this stuff. Yeah. Inferred usage. What? I kind of didn't want Bonzai on that front line because I didn't want to push out the signature, but it's not bad actually. It's not bad. I like these examples. These are working out pretty nice. I like it better. I like it has Bonzai in the name now. I didn't like that before, but I really like that now. This is one I could just probably do everywhere. Usage group. Is that a Bonzai thing? It is, right? I think it is. For usage. Could that have done it? I doubt it. Oh my God. It got rid of it. No, it didn't. No, it didn't, because these examples are... The examples are the reason it's doing it. Yeah. Because the examples are the reason. You know what this means? Hey, how you doing, Ali Kazai? The reason these examples are not going to work is because they can't work down. And by the way, there's no business for example tests in the internal package at all. The hard part here is I'm not going to be able to do testing. I can almost guarantee that the problem here is the testing case. I think it is. Let's move it. Oh wow, another follow. Thank you, Still Toad. So move Bonzai to Bonzai test off for a second. Go test. Still has an import cycle. I think we got to fix this. I think it can be fixed though. Yeah, that's just FMT. That's not it. Internal.go. Does it have a package dependency? Yes. All right. So where are we reading Bonzai? Oh, I know why. So Bonzai configurer, see that? Wait, these shouldn't even be in here. These are okay. Well, we don't need configure at all because that's dead. We got rid of it. Bonzai vars is going to be internal, so that does not have to be here. That does not have to be here. That's not. We don't have that dependency. A Bonzai vars does not. There's no such thing as a vars interface anymore. We're not having a vars interface. Period. So that can go away. Actually, this could be. Okay, we got it. I can fix this one right now. Comp commands, this shouldn't be here. This is a completer, and this is a default completer, and this is not providing the dependency. It's this right here. This is it right here. I'm going to fix it. Fix me. Replace with embedded vars command. This usage function is inferred usage. That's just a default usage. This is all packaged global stuff. And I don't know where it's even used, honestly. Okay, this is bad. Because this does require a command. This is going to be hard. Inferred usage is going to have to get moved up. This is actually going to have to come back in the package, and we're probably going to have to make it private instead. Yeah. Okay, this is good, though. I'm glad this is happening. I'm truthfully glad this is happening. The real danger is going to be if any of our other packages, and I don't think they will, the mark function template thing does not know about it, so that's not going to be a thing. Okay, so let's take these one at a time. So the first one is vars. So the vars thing should probably just be moved. I don't even know if we should put it in internal. I think no, we absolutely do have to put it in internal. We do. The vars thing is going to provide a circular dependency. I can already tell right now. Let me tell you why. Because so this is vars, and this is a command. We have to put this command in somewhere. So see how this command is like looking up stuff. I think we're going to need to actually, you know what? This should be at the top level. It should be, because just like the CMD should be at the top level, the vars map should be at the top level. And frankly, I'm kind of moving towards having Bonzai, CMD, and vars be separate files again, just because it gives kind of a sense of what's there. That will extremely facilitate a lot of stuff. I kind of combine them all together. I'm kind of undoing that thinking right now. So let's do that. So let's copy Bonzai.go to CMD. And we should call it command, actually. Let's call it command. Command.go. It's not a command. In fact, I have thought about calling it Bonzai.command, but that is a lot to type into an argument input list. And CMD is used by Cobra already, so no. Command, however, is, for people who don't know what it is, they'll see it and they'll know what's up. All right, so commands completer method. All of these are related. These are all types that are used by the command thing. These are all used by this. In fact, I'm going to go back on what I said. I'm going to put this other stuff after that. What line is that? 91? All right, so I'm going to go all the way back up. Wait, delete to 91. Go. I'm making command the first thing in the file, so that people opening it know what's up. I want them to know what's up, so put command here. Command struct. Commands. Then there's like all the types that were used, and then we have the other things, and that way we can break stuff out. I know I kind of went back on what I did before. I don't care. Run. This is a top line function, and it's a command run. That's the one. This is the main one. This is the one that does all the delegation and stuff. That's a big deal. That was so hard to write, by the way. That was really, really hard to test and write. Command names returns the names of every command. That's a dynamic property. Uses command titles, also a dynamic property. Uses command shortcuts. These are all dynamic properties. Param returns param, matching found param. This looks up the params. Instead returns true if the specified name is in a list of hidden commands. Hidden commands. Hidden commands typically begin with underscore. It's a way for me to bundle commands in there to do stuff. Seek. This is crazy complicated. So this actually recurses a command tree and gets the right thing. This was a pain in the ass to debug. The path commands returns the pathway to the commands. Okay, dynamic property path returns the data notation of the path names. This is compatible. YQ query expressions useful for associating. What? Especially just data notation of the path names, including an initial Doppler. Oh, right. This is. It's not related to YQ at all. I don't know. I mean, it just looks like it. That's it. All right. So, what do I do? Oh, God damn it. God damn it, Rob. All right, so printf, see a shorter version of strings, blah, blah, blah. Oh, shit. z.conf query. God, I spent so much time writing this, and we're not doing any of this anymore. I hope that I don't need that to do get. If a line return is wanted, the caller will need to use fmt printf, also use comp. This was so fucking hard to write, and I'm deleting it. Get, on the other hand, get is a sort of version of zbars get. And this is actually good for convenience, but also observes. Now, this is the thing that traverses up the path to get the variable for a given thing. So we need to decide right now if we're going to allow querying the variable tree. We have to change. There's some actually functional logic that needs to change here. So right now, the variables are all stored in a single file for the entire binary. And that file is open and parsed every time every command is made. Every single time. And it's exceptionally nice to have that all in a single file because it's like having all your environment for that particular application there, and it's all dot notation. But an alternative design would be to put all of that into each would have its own file. The reason I like this is because it's so easy to manage. I mean, I've been in there and like, oh, there's this other thing in there, right? And if I had to manage like literally one file for every subroutine branch, I think the answer is no. I think even if we got like a 5,000 line environment variable, I still think it would be efficient enough to do this. The real question here is, at what point does this fall down? Because it has to read the cache every time. And I don't think that's an issue, because I think people could, if people were concerned with the stateful stuff in there changing, well, quite frankly, we could, if that became an issue, we could do a just-in-time synchronization. And when they change the variable, like we put a set in there, right? There's a get, and there's also a set, I'm pretty sure. And what the set could do is it could do a just-in-time. And what it would do is it would change it. Well, no, we can't do that. Because the whole point is the next invocation of the command is got to be guaranteed to have the variable change. That's the whole point. That's how we get away from doing get ops, by passing that state every single time. It's still getting parsed, by the way, right? It's either getting parsed on the command line from the dash you just typed, or it's getting parsed from the file. Which one's faster? It especially since, of course, this is where Bonzai commands start to become their own shells, because if you really are concerned with that, you could actually load the vars. You could run Z as a shell, and the Z shell, which is not Z shell, and what you would get is you get an interactive shell that would load up the variables and keep them in memory, and then it would write them out on occasion. It would keep it, as long as it's running, it would do that, and then it could just in time write to the file. And occasionally it would get out of sync and it wouldn't write to the file, but that's not catastrophic because your stuff in memory would still be there. So that's the nature of it. But that's exactly how the Bash shell and others do environment variables. That's how they manage it. But it'd be like having to load the dot environment. Modern systems can parse files so fucking fast. In fact, people don't realize this, but every time I start BI, every single line of Go code in my entire tree is parsed. Think about that for a second. That LSP, every time I start BI, it does it so fast I don't even notice it. And see there, it says that. See that said Vim Go finish loading packages? You see that? You see how that's the LSP kicking. That's the LSP starting up. So if you're working with a large code base, this is why the larger the code base, the more likely you're going to be to not leave the VI edit session, right? Because this is when people start doing compilation from inside of VI, and they want to fire off commands, stuff like that, because they don't want to throw away all that initialization and memory loading, because it parsed the entire language tree. And 50, 40, 50, 60,000 line code base, at that point, you don't want to close your editor at all, because it's going to fuck up all of the stuff you just loaded. That's when the Emacs and the NeoVim people and the VS Code and the VS Studio, these kind of people start, that's not me. The applications that I work on they don't have that large of code bases usually. And even if they did, even on modern systems, even a 10,000 line code base is going to load almost instantly. But as you can see, there's already lag, because the LSP has to instantiate and initialize every time the program loads. This is why LSPs were not a thing before concurrency was in Vim. And there was no concurrency in Vim before NeoVim. NeoVim said, what the hell, we need concurrency so that we can run on LSP and load it up, while we're editing. Can't do it. So NeoVim made concurrency, added LSP. Vim's like, damn, we need to do that. And then Vim did that, and then they caught up, and that's where we are. So now we have VimGo, right? VimGo loads it up, and it takes forever to load. But, if you had to wait for the entire code base to parse into an in-memory tags listing that's used with OmniComplete and stuff like that, if you had to wait around for that, you would never use it. Or if you did use it, you'd open it, you'd never close it. And the bigger the code base, the more likely you are to not close your editor, which is not a workflow that operations people and hackers use. They want a lightweight editor. They can open it, just edit a file and change it, and then go back to their business. They don't want a fucking IDE. And so we live in this kind of space right now where IDEs, we had lightweight editors, and then we've now got, we've got this kind of pseudo space in between lightweight editors like VS Code and Sublime, that and brackets and stuff, and then we have the basically the terminal version of that same thing, which is Emacs and NeoBim. I mean, that's what we have, and NIM and BIM itself is actually kind of heading in that direction. So for so you got a programmer workflows that are, the completion, all this stuff. And then you've got people that just want to get shit done and need a minimal terminal. Totally two different workflows. The great thing about NeoBim, that's right, I said it, is that NeoBim allows you to move toward that space of programmer workflows without losing most of your VI muscle memory. So you're still good with VI and you still get all that great stuff that you like for VI. That's actually a plus for NeoBim, because you can actually have your programmatic, your programmer IDE. That's what NeoBim is. It's a programmer IDE. Let's just call it that. That's what it is. It's not on the system by default. It's not meant to be a minimal editor. It's a programmer IDE. And if you look at it that way, you won't get pissed off like I did. Right? You won't. So we have Phil as a thing, incorrect usage error. What we were here for, I can't remember. We're looking for a circular dependency, right? I think we were moving. Oh, we were making sure this is just command. Wait, what? That should not be there. Command.go, Bonzai.go. That stuff should not be there. I thought we got rid of all that. Guess not. We don't want all the get set shit. No. Gone. God, you know how long it took me to write all that? This is the hard part about developing, man. It's like if you had thought about this, if you had better ideas before you did it, you wouldn't have to deal with this, right? Yeah. Yeah. Don't need any of that now. I don't think I need this either. Nope. All right, so that's just command now. So Bonzai, let's make Bonzai. This is name for the package, so I think that's already there. Did we keep that in there? We should have. I think we kept those types. We just moved them to the end, right? I think we kept the types and moved them. Yep, there they are. So delete, 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 delete. There should be very little left over, actually. In fact, I think it's just the errors. Which, again, if we're going to break files out, we should put it in its own file. We really should. I don't think there's anything else that we need in here. Nope. God, I've been full circle through so many things today. This kind of, if people have been watching me, Quint, for example, is not here right now, but Quint's seen me go through this whole thing so many times. Every time it gets a little bit better, though. It's all gone. And we just have the errors left. And all those depths are going to go away. Yep. And quite frankly, package Bonzai. That's literally it. Oh, let's just do this. Let's copy Bonzai.go to doc.go. And let's copy Bonzai.go to errors.go. These are the public errors. And let's fix it. So, don't need that in there. Package Bonzai. All right, so that's fine. We don't need to test error or anything. Doc.go should be the first thing, but it's not. I kind of like that Bonzai.go is the first thing. So, I mean, let's keep that. We don't need dock if we're going to do this. I like that it's because it's the first thing. It makes it nice and easy to read. That kind of shit makes me happy. All right, so then the Bonzai test stuff is just about the command, is it? Yeah, this is just checking the command out. That's it. That's all it's doing. And we need that testing bad. Bonzai test is actually command test. Go. And even that's really not true. It's CMD, but I want people will be able to read command and they're like, oh, this is where the Bonzai command is. Let's go look. And they can go look and see this is all the stuff that makes up the command. So package Bonzai, root trees. Wait, what? That's like the documentation. We don't need that. This already went in doc. I think this documentation is already someplace else. Right? Yeah, it is. There it is. All right, we're making progress here. We're making progress. Go test. Circular dependency is still there, but I know how to fix it now. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Oh. What else are we going to do here? Trying to relax. Kick back. Do the bars. Do we need bars? 2 bars or not 2 bars? That whole thing is coming back in. So we'll do that. 25th, what's up? Monsoon season. Yeah, it could have been. Go test. We still have the thing here. But now what we can do, we can go into the internal. We know that the internal go is the conflict. And the default usage function is here. We don't need that. The reason for all this is so that you can use the defaults. So let's actually see where usage function is used. We're going to look at each one of these. So command.go has usage function is in here somewhere. Usage function. No. Who's calling it? Who's there uses incorrect usage. Internal incorrect usage. Okay, so I think we're going to move these to privates. We're going to move those to privates instead of internal. Let's do one at a time. Let's take up everything internal. Everything in here that uses internal, we're going to get rid of it. So exit error, we can change to use, we can move that already. One at a time. Let's do it. Errors, exit. I already changed these. I moved these out of here, but I rather than putting them internal and having the package loop dependency problems, what we can do is just and keep them in the package and just make them private instead, because they're not getting used by anybody else. So we could just make them private, which is probably a better approach anyway. So there's error. What was the one we just looked at? Exit error. Internal. Actually, I think this can probably still resolve it. Let's go open it. Nope, we can't find it. Oops, I didn't mean to define it. GD. No. What is... I thought it was GD. Is it GW? What am I not remembering? There we go. That worked. What does GD do in Vim? GD command is used to go to the local declaration of the word under the cursor. We will search backward from the cursor position, finding the first occurrence. Navigating code, quickly jump back and forth. GD. It was G capital D, which goes to the global declaration, the entire project, depending on the configuration. How do I go back? I know Control O works, but I don't like Control O. It's too hard to do. It doesn't make any sense. There's GD and then there's Control O. You can continue pressing Control O multiple times and go back. I don't like it. Control I goes forward in your jump list. Control O goes back. I-O. Okay, I guess I'll remember that. Let's see. These commands allow you to navigate back and forth between these applications when you use GD or other navigation commands like capital G and GG. Okay, fine. I just wish that they would stick with navigation to be the same thing. I mean, because then you have like N and P and then stuff too. So, is there a control equivalent of GD? I think it is. I think it's N. Let's see. Control bracket. Control left. That's normally paste. That's why I don't use that, because that paste stuff. Yes, the equivalent of GD in Vim is control right square bracket. To jump to tag definition. For this to work, you need to have tags flag. It can be generated looking at C tags. Tags flag contains a list of definitions, functions, variables, blah, across multiple files in the project. When you place the cursor on a symbol and use blah, it will go to the symbol in the tags file and up this definition, even if it's in a different file, which is what I want. In contrast, GD only sees searches for the local declaration of the current file. What? I didn't know that. I'm not using GD anymore. Can navigate across the entire project as long as the tags file is properly set up. I don't even think that's true, because I've used GD to open a file on a different, open up something in a different file. I just did it. I actually just did it. So that's a lie. I have used GD to open stuff up in a separate file in Go. Is that because of Vim to Go? I have a feeling Vim Go overrides it. Yes, the behavior you're seeing where GD opens symbols in separate files where working from Go comes from Vim Go. Okay, that explains a lot. So that's why, okay, that makes sense. But so I guess the thing to get used to to put in your head is to do control that bracket, which is paste, and then O and I. OI to go back. Okay. Alrighty. I mean, that makes sense. I think I know all this stuff by now, but it's just, there's just so much to learn all the time. I forget half of it. Count complete. So what are we doing? We got delegation. We got all this. I don't need any of this. What were we doing? We were in the middle of privatizing. Yeah, I said it. Privatizing internal stuff. In fact, I don't even know how much stuff I'm going to keep in internal. I'll probably just make it all private. Yeah. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. I'm uninternaling stuff. Yeah. I like the internal package for all the reasons I said, but I just realized there's a huge disadvantage. Circular loop dependencies, and that's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not. All right, so cat temp errors to errors.go. All right, now we got a ton of fixing to do. So yeah, we'll start with errors.go. It's easy. Kill that. This is only export errors. So then what we're going to do is we're going to keep the errors. We're just going to make them private. Yeah. Any errors we don't want people to use, just make them private. Which is how most people would do it. They would not make it. They would not use internal. And that does mean internal.go is going to be basically we just completely obliterated all our problems. Count may be absolutely assigned any implementation of Bonzai completer and will be used as the default for if a command does not provide its own. We're going to hard code this. We do not want people changing the default completers for everything in their entire thing. Do we? It doesn't hurt. I guess it doesn't hurt. Bonzai default complete. Yeah. And we're going to put comp.commands, which is going to... we're going to have a circular dependency in there too. We are. Because the completers are going to need to see the Bonzai commands, and the Bonzai commands have a dependency on this. Yeah. Yep. That is exactly why I made it an interface. I'm starting to remember all this now. We still have a circular dependency now. Go test. Yep. Command no required module provides package internal. Command. Let's see. Writing project and go. Nice. Package cycles. I know. I hate it. Yeah. Oh hell yeah. From TypeScript. Yeah, I completely can relate to that. Yes. Hell, I just added all of these and now I'm deleting them all. What a waste of time, huh? If I was a smarter developer. Should be no dependency on internal anymore. It's going to be worth it, but right now it hurts. Yes, I would rather go through this pain and suffering and have a clean code any day. Back and forth, back and forth. That's how I get to the good stuff. Package Bonzai. This is a full path of current running process executable. Which is determined init time. Yeah. This is so I don't have to. It's just init time. It's readable. You can change it if you want. I'm kind of permissive in how I do this, but I might regret it. I got a little bit paranoid earlier, but not so much anymore. A package Bonzai and go to eternal. Go test internal is internal. What is it in internal anymore? Is there stuff in here? This should all go on Bonzai now. Cat internal. There's nothing left in there. Bonzai. Why is it still importing Bonzai? That's totally stupid. It should not be. This is now inferred usage Bonzai command. Inferred usage in a single line of text summarizing use, which changes to CMD. Oh God, look at this. I was casting it as a command. That's so bad. What the hell was I thinking? That's a bad thing to do. That is so bad. And this is also taking a pointer to a command. Is command return, not a Bonzai command. See? We don't need that anymore. That's guaranteed by type safety. So this should be, we could just file this X now. Yep. This is way better. Oh man, that was worth it right there. That was some ugly shit. All this stuff needs to be made private. That's annoying, but it's no less work than just putting it all in an internal package. So, yeah, this is the regular stuff I would expect Let's just chip away at them. Bonzai.go 36 is now using the lowercase completer. Default completer is now complete commands. Undefined comp. Okay, so this is gonna suck. So because this is gonna be a circular dependency. Let's save that one for last. The reason that's gonna happen is because that's gonna go into core. Watch. Let me fix it actually. So this should be core comp. That's gonna be core comp commands. You see the commands here? But here's the problem. You see how this all depends on Bonzai? Because we use interfaces and types. It can't be in the same package. It can't be in the same package. That's where interfaces come in. Since 2013-ish. 2014, 2013. What was that, 10 years-ish? 10 years at least. So this is a problem. This is a really big problem. This is one of the biggest annoyances. This is why I made an interface. This is the reason I made an interface. If it was an interface, I could pass it. I could have it both. It would break my dependency. But it's not. So the only way to fix that is the reason that exists is because I'm trying to set default initial values. That's why it exists. If I didn't have that, that would not be an issue. But because I'm trying to set default initial values for things, those things have to be able to refer to them. And so you get this circular dependency thing. The way to get around this would be create a separate project, and then I would never refer to that project. But because the top level directory, the Bonzai, the main package command is saying, hey, I want to set a default, then the completer has a one-way knowledge right now of the Bonzai command, and that would be fine. But then in the command, I also want to say, oh, I want to set this one as a default. So one way to fix that would be to put the command in its own package, and that's what we had. We had it under Z, right? Under Z, we had a package that was in there. That'll fix the dependency. Thank you for that, Paul. When we had it under, we had this. Bonzai.go was just the interfaces, and the top level stuff is really nothing. And you know what? I'm going to do that because that'll fix it right away. And that'll fix it. It'll also clean up the directory. And we thank you for the ball. The problem is that we had that already, and I deleted it. And I went through this whole thing saying, hey, let's put it all on the top. What we need to do is we need to have make instead of calling it command, we should probably call it CMD. Make directory CMD. Now, the problem with having a CMD, wow, 3 follows. Thank you for that. Is that the CMD directory has a very specific traditional meaning, and people will definitely go in there looking for things, but they're not going to find what they think they're going to find. And I still think that's okay because we can actually put multiple commands in there, and they can live next to each other. So we could actually put, my glass is broken. So we could actually put, if we wanted to have a couple more, if we wanted a core library of commands, we could put that in there. Actually, I could put that under core. Oh, that would be perfect. Yeah. CMD. Do I have anything in CMD now? No? Oh shit, this is perfect. This is perfect because then they're living right next to each other. Document anywhere? Not really. Try my Awesome Go. If you want to learn about Go better, go follow the Awesome Go stuff. I'm going to be updating that in a second, actually. After I finish these dependencies, I'm going to be doing the Awesome Go update. Oh, wait, that's not it. I'm sorry. That's the wrong thing. GitHub.com. That's people say how to learn Go. That's what I recommend. All right, so, but I've just gotten rid of deprecating a bunch of stuff there, so that's what I'm kind of moving faster. I think that we should put this into core, honestly. You do not want to have stuff on the top depending on stuff down at the bottom. I honestly, I don't think that's going to fix the problem. It's not, because it still has to have a dependency on it. We'd have to put it in the init or something, and I do not want to do that. Another thing would be to just not set it at all. I got to think about this. I don't want to redo a bunch of stuff. So this is all top level. Let's find where the things here depend on things from below. Okay, so nothing in this file depends on anything down below. Nothing. So there's no circular dependency there. It's coming from something else. I think it's not that. Did we fix it already? No, we're going to hit it. I know we're going to hit it. I know we're going to hit this problem. It's just the default completer. That's the only one. Where is it? Where is it? Did I get rid of it? I think I did. I think I did. I think in anger I got rid of it. Default completer may optionally be assigned. Okay. Bonzai.go. The code that does the completer assignment is not here anymore. Yeah. So we don't need this anymore. We don't need this at all. We don't. And that's going to remove our dependency on... Wait, that wasn't even a problem. That's okay, comp commands. Okay, See, this is not resolving. This is our circular dependency. It hasn't even hit yet because we still have other problems. It would have hit, I promise you. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. I think... Another thing would be, this is kind of ugly and kludgy, but we could create a string key that points to the list of default completers that are possible, and we could just look it up. But that's a hash lookup for every completion, and that's a pain in the ass and really not performant. So we could do that and do a string key comparison to the thing. If we put it in the top level, though, we're going to have a circular dependency on completers that are in the package. No matter what, we're going to have that. So we have to figure out where the completion is being delegated. And there's another way to do this would be to hard code the default completion, but then you can't swap out the default completion. That was the whole point of having that there. And literally the only way to get around this is an interface, and that is why I had one. That's why I had a completer interface. But in order for the completer to work and not have the circular dependency, it has to. That's exactly what the reason was. All right, so that's not going to work. And that stuff is all done in the run command, by the way. Let's go find run. This is where the real work happens. All right, so run. Since run is the main execution point for the Bonzai command trees, is also responsible to run, blah, blah, blah. This is where all the work gets done. So, comp line, if it exists, if it's built, bash shell, I need to change those docs. Cache to trap panic. This is the thing that's, okay, there it is. If command.comp equals nil, the default completer or package aliases always exist. What? Always exits. Default completer or package aliases always exist. Okay, so if there is no completer, then so this means there has not been a completer set for this. Oh, this is for the command itself. So this is for the completion for the command. So the command has its own completion algorithm, which is great. That's what they all should do. It says comp does not equal nil. So that means if there's been a comp defined, then assign it. Right? So all I did by moving the variable is move the circular dependency down into the guts of the code. So it's not getting around it. So append comp.complete list comp.complete blah blah blah. Each print list. So that's a problem. Yeah, the default completer package alias is always this. I honestly don't know how to get around this without an without an interface. And we could, I got around it with the interface before, and now I hadn't really thought. I was really hopeful I was going to be able to get around. As soon as we had the interface, though, then we have to add an interface for the command back again too, because otherwise it's the same problem. It's the same exact problem. So let me give you an example of how this works. So it's like if I go the old system. Let me show you. So like comp file. This is a completer that I wrote. It's its own repo. It's its own thing, right? It has no dependencies, and you see it says here it loads Bonzai, append build, blah blah blah, and new comp equals new comp, and then it has to have a complete function. But you see here it says Bonzai command, right? So this has a dependency on Bonzai, but Bonzai doesn't have a dependency on this at all. The reason that it has a dependency on it is because I'm trying to use one as the default. If I wasn't using one as the default, we would be fine. You know what I could do is I could read it and I could force the creation. No, I need a default. I need a default. There's two ways around this that don't involve any kind of code organization. One of them is forcing people who make commands. So let me show you commands. So here's my Z command. So forcing people that make commands to declare the completer. Like saying you have to set a completer. You can't not. Right? And that's not good. I don't want that. I want people to be able to do that. That means they would have to do this. They'd have to do this, and it would be Bonzai. No, it would be comp dot files filedir, comma. Right now, and that would pull in the filedir completer from the Bonzai project. If I don't have this, I can't set it. There's no way for me to set a default. It's just not happening. This is one of the advantages of compilation, but it's also a problem. If I was doing all this at runtime, it wouldn't be a problem because I could just like look it up. Maybe that's the fix. Maybe the fix is to do a runtime sort of thing. So that's why I looked at the run command. Because if we look at the run command, I thought maybe the run command is runtime. So, but even this is still, you still can't say I want command comp equals nil. If it equals, I mean, you can't say I want a completer here. I mean, as soon as I put a specific comp dot whatever dir files or whatever, it's going to do the same thing. It's a circular dep. It'll be like, oh, you're depending on that package, but that package depends on this other thing. So one impossibility would be to put the one and only default completer and to define it in the same package namespace. It's a side effect of the import. I think I just answered my own question. So, because this is only a thing when we're using it as the default. That's only the reason. I think the answer for this, yeah, no, that's true. Because if somebody else actually changes this, their code will not have a circular dependency on it. This is only because of the one that I have a default dependency on. It's the only reason. So I think I can fix this problem by bringing the default completer out of here. So if I move, I don't think I have a completer even here. No, I have comp file. Let's see. If I move, I'm almost positive this is going to work because it's a single instance of a completer that's the default. Yes, this is going to work. This is going to work. Okay. So if we go to, this is going to work. And then we can put our other completers in there. Now, okay. The thing that sucks about this is that I'm going to actually have to have a copy of the same exact completer in two places to avoid the circular dependency problem, which sucks. It really sucks. But that is better. If I want my library of completers to be available to everybody and I want them to be able to find them, then they're going to need to see where those are. So I guess I could get around that by in core completers. I could put a reference here and say, look, the actual Bonzai completer lives at the Bonzai top level, the default completer, the one that does, all of that stuff. It does mean, however, that I'm actually going to have to pull both of the completers out here because the logic that I was going to add says, the logic that I was going to add, the default logic was going to be, if you have no arguments, if you have no commands, then use the file default completion. And if you do have commands, use the command completion. Hey, Deep. So those, the thing that sucks about that is that those are two completions that are going to be very common to everybody else. I think by putting it at the top level, though, if somebody's examining the package source, they're going to be like, oh, those are already there. I don't have to add those. And then I can still put a library of completers someplace else, right? I can still maintain a core set of completers. It's kind of annoying that I can't put those main default completers in the library because then they would just be in the library, right? But the reason I can't is because of the circular dependency issue. So what does that mean? That means that even though I probably do want a core thing at some point, we don't want that right now. We don't. Right now, we want all that completion code at the top. So comp commands is going to go to the top. The comp file is also going to go to the top. So we're going to move CMDS that go to comp. See, this is where it was, by the way, before I moved it, which is interesting because I didn't realize it, but I'd already fixed the circular dependency issue that caused me to do the big ass interface, and by having it at the same level. So, in a certain way, this is actually better. Test.go, and I'll move the test data up. See test data. Is there any test data? Okay. LS test data does not have a file in it. Please tell me no. Okay. move test data file into test data. Comp, remove directory cmd, remove directory core. All right, this is starting to look fine. We're going to have comp commands. We're going to have comp file as well. So, yeah, let's go fix this. So this is now, it was broken before too. So this is now Bonzai. I mean, it's the right thing to do because this is going to be commands new, commands comp equals a new command set. Yeah. I don't know why. I thought we tried. Didn't we try to do an instantiation? It didn't work. Oh, because I have a method and it won't work. Yeah, you can't hang a method off of something that doesn't exist. Yep. I think you can actually do this too. You can have multiple things. It's kind of weird you can do that. You shouldn't be able to do that, but I think you can. Because one's a type and one's a symbol. I'm pretty sure you can pull that shit off. Don't know that. We're going to find out. Bonzai command. I don't need this anymore. This is now command. That's where we're losing the circular dependency. Again, this is a read only on like CMD. This is not a symbol read. We might want to do a pointer to it, but the only reason you do a pointer to it, a completer's that I can't imagine having to read the data from it. So it should be fine. I don't know though. We're gonna find out because we might have to pass off point anyway. Yeah. Comp commands tests. Bonzai test. This should go away. Weak comp. We don't. That does not need to be public. I do not know why it was even public in the begin with. I do not know why that was public. It never needed to be. This is so weird, I know. The only reason for this is... Wait, what? Oh, that's why I did it. Oh, this is lame. This is fine. Bond's like, you know why? Because this is, yeah. This is package test. You know what? These testing files are not going to work because they're going to have the circular dependency problem. Yeah. Even though they're in the same file because they're example tests. We might have to just write off this ability to test these completers. This is really lame. So this has to be Bonzai command, right? I think that the circular dependency check does not include unit tests. If it does, we're screwed. I think we're screwed if it does. CPL commands complete. Weekly comp. This is an example for a standard Bonzai command. A new Bonzai command. Example standard. A new Bonzai command. This is checking to see if the standard completion is working. That's why there's no specific name here. This test never gets run, actually. This is just an example to show you how to do it. That's all that is. Yeah. I don't think that is right. We need to rethink this entire file. Because, yeah. This whole file needs to be rethink. I want to fix all the other stuff before we do that. Comp commands test, because it's, yeah. I just want to get to something that'll compile, and then we'll go back and fix that. Commands are declared. Yeah. Yeah, that's already a thing. Commands is not a type. Sure it is. Wait, what? Oh, it's an instance. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh my god. Do you know what this means? We can do default completion. Yeah, we can do, because it's singleton comp commands, we can actually reuse the fact that it's here. Oh, this is great. This is great news, actually. Yeah. Complete comp commands. That means we can do. That's a singleton. So that's cool because now in the command, where does it we set the default? It's in run, right? Oh my god, this is gonna be so great. This fixes it. Oh my god, I'm so glad for this. So now we just hard coded. Default completer of package aliases exists if comp command equals nil. Then that means that the command itself does not have a completer. Is nil, then if the package itself has not defined a default completer, then do all of this stuff. H printless. This is interesting. This actually doesn't work. I found a bug because see here, default completer or package aliases always exists. Always exits. If it just prints the list, it doesn't even generate the list. Where did it generate the list up above? Oh, okay. It got. Wait. No, the list is empty. Oh, no. Line, list. Okay, yeah, no. This each print line prints, but it doesn't do anything if there's no thing here. So this if line is kind of misplaced. Append to the list, build the list. The only reason we would ever not have this being if nil is if we wanted to this is where the logic needs to go. This is where the logic. So we need to do if there are arguments append list, complete list. Okay, so why is it doing that? So comp. Okay, so do we need? Okay. First of all, there's no comp, so there never will be a comp. Let's get rid of that. We need to have this be private. Yep. Comp. I mean, so by default we make it. So by default we make comp the command completers. Comp CMDS. Right. All right, declared but not used. Right. Okay, so, and this is comp. Okay, that's going to fix that. Cannot use, what? Cannot use the comp complete? Why not? Why can't it use it? Anyway, so right here we need to say to do if no completable stuff, if the list is empty, if the completable commands is empty because there are no commands, then we should actually, if no commands are under this, use comp filedir instead. We got to fix that. All right, so let's fix this. All right. I don't know why it's doing that. Comp.complete. Oh, I know why. Because comp is a thing already. It's already an identifier. Yeah. Comp is returns a bunch of commands. Oh no, never mind. I guess it's okay. I have a single. Maybe I have a symbol. I'm gonna go really small in scope here. Let's see if this fixes it. Maybe not. Why is this spooking me on this var? Can I use got var? That's got to be a comp issue. Okay, so let's go fix this out. So comp commands is get comp complete. I think this commands is going to interfere with the other stuff, actually. I got to be careful with that identifier. I don't know what to do here. This is in the same namespace, so I need to be pickier about picking it. So, comp completer, comp CMDS. See, normally you could have a lower and upper. It's weird. I know. You could though. I don't even know if we want a singleton here. Actually, the only reason I did that is because I wanted people to make completers to be able to do init and all kinds of cool things on it first, instead of forcing it to just be a function, which it was originally. The completer was just a function, but then you'd have to set up the scope outside of the function, and it wasn't purely functional. So you might as well just make it a struct that implements the completer interface, which of course that's not a thing anymore. It is actually a thing. Completer interface is still a thing, I think. Isn't it? I think it is. Do we have a completer still? Yes, we do. Thank God. Okay. All right. So that makes me feel better. Run. Go back down to run. Run. If no command under this, use comp filedir instead. Yeah, we need to come back to that. There's some sort of error there. I don't know what's going on with that. Get summary undefined. There's no filter method. Get summary. I need to clean up all these little ones. These little errors, I need to get these out of the way. They're copying. Oh, wait, what? Get summary. Get summary used to just get the summary. So title is, this is now just summary. I think we should probably do fill summary. X.summary. Call it a day. Yep, that was easy. Maps keys, X.sections. Iterator sequence string value and return statement. 219. Return maps, keys, sections. Can I use maps like key and return statement? Why not? What is other title supposed to return out? String? What is maps keys return? Strings. It returns an iterator? Since when? Where? What? What? Where is it finding? Oh my god. Go add it in internal maps package. That's why. Yeah. Huh. Package specified very special useful blah. That's strange. Other tells maps like keys section. I think I actually wrote a keys command. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Argmap. Argmap keys gets you all the keys. And argmap is just a map string. I could probably just have it return maps keys. Is maps keys not a thing anymore? I'm gonna have to use use generics, right? Gosh dang it. Okay, so can I use maps like keys section value of type iterator sequence string as string value and return. So maps returns an iterator. That's a Go thing that broke it. Yep. That's a Go thing. That's a Go thing that broke it. I don't know, man. Oh. I think I actually have that in my FN. I think I wrote my own that's better than that. It doesn't use, yeah, I did. I wrote my own. I have a feeling that this was what it was at one point. Yep, that was it. That's why I got it. It pulled in the Go version of keys instead of my keys. Yeah, which returns an iterator, which is fine, I guess. Maps can bite me. I'm using my own maps. I don't use any of that other map stuff anywhere, so that'll fix that problem. I go to command complete. Rip type a pointer command 319. 319 variable. Okay, so this is I can't pass a command pointer. And run does take a command pointer. You know, it doesn't hurt to pass around a command pointer, even though, I mean, other than it occasionally being nil, just for consistency, there's going to be that one time I'm going to want to change the command pointer at some point. But why am I saying that? Because that's going to change if I change the command. I think my wife's got home. Yep, my wife's home. I got to go. Friends. Let's figure this one thing out before she does all the stuff there. Completer. All right, so let's make it a command pointer, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me though, because it's like, why are you doing that? Maybe run shouldn't be doing that. But run needs to have access to the command to be able to change the command if we're going to allow it. So I might as well just do that across the board. I should just do that across the board. What was I doing? Go test. Command line 319. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, append complete command. We could say, actually, that should go away. Can I use what? Command equals seek. Equals commands. I wonder if it's because the completer doesn't take it anymore. Can I use version command value and argument to complete? Get summary. Oh, because our command, we have to change the whole thing. So this now has to take, take this. Everything else will work fine. So it doesn't have to be dereferenced or anything. All this get command stuff, this is all going to fail. Because we're going to have to actually get these things directly. This is all got to be fixed. That stuff doesn't exist anymore. So that completion is totally busted right now. We're going to go fix it though. We're going to fix it. It's going to be better. It's going to be good. And we'll get there. All right. So undefined comp and bars, those things are going away. So lots to do here. Lots of cleanup, but it's totally going to be worth it. It's a total rework of Bonzai. I'm going to go ahead and raid someone. So we'll just go quickly raid. And I don't think I'm going to get to this right away early tomorrow, but I will work on it a little bit. Who's on? Who's on right now, everybody? Raid. Is somebody obvious? Okay, raid ugly. Is ugly up? I raided, people have raided her like 3 times. It was kind of funny. Yeah, she's not on. It's really hard to find somebody on this time of night on a Saturday. Back to Twitch. Oh, Het's on. Yeah, we'll go raid him. Let's go raid him. I like Het. I do love that guy. He's great. He does so much good stuff. No brainer there. Enjoy learning from the pro. Start raid. This guy is really good. If you do not know about Head Tennis, follow Head Tennis if you want a pro and DevOps and that kind of thing. Please tell Het bye for me. My wife is doing the dishes. I have to run away. I literally have to run away. Thank you for the follow. Bye-bye.
What are some tips best